It it feels like I am always destined to be barely late. But it let me start the stream by my watch uh, on time while my computer clock is wrong. That's good. Hold on, I just realized some things are not connected. Wink, wink, wink. Okay. Things now should technically work. So, oh boy. AMA asked me anything against medical advice. I don't know exactly what the medical advice would be for somebody who is in my position something went wrong like that. Holy crap. I really haven't had something just immediately go bam, implode, and then... Or maybe I have. Talk to me about it. Can I actually hear things? Hold on. I have to make sure everything works properly. Well, thank you, Mega Benny. Okay. So, buffering should fix anything, or there shouldn't be any buffering now. Everyone can hear me, right? I'm a play a thing, and at the same time, talk to you guys. Which makes me nervous as all get out. I'll have to explain that one eventually. Hello. Hey there, Larissa. Mega, Shadow. Oh yeah, we're back. Jeffrey, what's going on? Pockets, Holt. Hey Kelsey. Brian, Shane, Mr. Bolo, Blue Jay. I'm probably missing people already. Vamp. Drip Lord. Deontay, right? Yeah, Deontay. Hollow Yang. And I saw up there the AMA against medical. Hey, Natasha, against medical advice or ask me anything. I'm probably doing something that would be against medical advice, but I do not know. Excuse me, sorry. H-bot. Yeah, I don't know if I'm actually doing something against medical advice. I don't know. Am I gonna be doing White Day 2? I don't know. I haven't gotten that far. The title of the stream is real, so I gotta like get there. Hey, Smooth.
I got 1. I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets.
Oh
Can
God,
I get a 5
my
in
own
the fishnets?
voice.
Can I
Jesus
get a
H.
5 in the fishnets?
Thank you,
Words I
Smooth.
didn't think I'd ever say ever. Can I mention ever again?
I'm gonna play some Ethan Must Die. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone. Hashtag Smooth over there. Vamp, John, what's going on? So, look, I didn't. Hey, Beth. Hey, Aaron, what's going on? So I literally tiled the stream this way because I don't know how to actually bring anything up. I don't know. Welcome back. Welcome to the family, Mr. Bolo. Oh, that was a welcome back. I thought you ended up getting gifted. But I figured of all ways that I could go about this, this would probably, there's ads already. I didn't choose that. Don't worry about, let me hit the don't do it button. Where is that button? Here I hit the button that says don't do that. YouTube loving the ads. I just hit the button that says don't do the thing. Okay. Hold on. I saw people got ad. I hit the button that says don't do the ad thing. people getting ads so fast. Jeezums. Can I disable? It'll let me disable and then it'll just re-enable them when I'm not looking. It's fun. I love it. It's not like that doesn't screw you over in the long run, YouTube. It'll get blamed on me anyway though. I will have it ready to like do a thing. So it's ready to go. Is it ready to go? Hey, Majida. I recently subbed to YouTube Premium. It's such a game changer. Hey, Patrick, what's going on? Yeah, I tried to make sure that there wouldn't be any ads or that whatever. I'm sorry about that. And also, there's probably gonna be more music on my streams because I realized that the service I signed up for that gives me enough music everything you can just pick a type of music and do a playlist. Hey, what's going on? Watching so many playlists. Wait,
We would like to buy one child, please.
I appreciate that. I sound and look better. It'll be intermittent with me having to still catch my breath. I'm not away from this thing, sadly. Probably I should be wearing it right now, but I'm trying to gauge if I can ignore the panic that sets in, because it makes it feel like I'm still not over all of that. It makes me feel like my throat's actually physically closing up. So the oxygen helps with that. I haven't been doing physical therapy for a little bit here because other things came up. Emmy, hey, what's going on? Thank you, Deontay. I believe that. There's a lot of people. First things first, this is actually real. If I don't remember you, it's nothing against you. There are real things that actually I don't even know how to explain. This is not a prank title. I have been gone because the night of October 17th, I recorded the Silent Hill that is up on the channel, and then shit went really wrong. And between October 18th to 21st, my memory went nope. Certain parts of my memory where things that I try to explain on Discord for people who saw. And I'm lucky that I knew anything was even truly going on, but I don't even know how to explain it. Hey, East Dad, what's going on? It's been a hot second. But I have no idea how to broach the topic with the general public. Except for that I can tell you the generalities, but that's why I really don't even know what to say, which is yeah, ask me whatever. But please be nice. Be respectful of somebody that doesn't know, possibly won't know something. I pulled a muscle on my back a month ago. I had PTA and acupuncture, sleeping and living had been excruciating. We're surviving within the last week. I'm sorry to hear that, Patrick. Listen, back everything. That's my dad. It's me. I don't like it hearing people going through that at all. I wish you all the best. I'm hoping things are getting better. Just being able to work and survive within the last week. Yeah, you know how many? It's a weird thing hearing how many people are talking about how they just need to survive through whatever they're going through. And I realized recently, oh yeah, we are just creatures that go into survival mode, aren't we? Numbness in right arm, it sucks. I can't even play guitar right now. I will tell you, I feel you on that one. Now, mine wasn't that. I'm gonna do the best I can. I thought about doing Project Zomboid, but my heart rate is skyrocketed and my right hand is injured. So the last bone of my thumb is broken, and radiocarpal, metacarpals, your CMC, basically all of the things that make your hand work are all not in good shape right now. So those are all just bound as best as possible. And I can play Final Fantasy 14 like this. Let's see how well it goes. Let's see how well this goes doing this. I'm sorry to hear anyone's been in survival mode. I'm sorry. Oh. I might need game sounds up because I just realized I have to actually play with some competency. Your birth week? Let's see if I can get vocals out. How's my dad? Just did more doctor stuff today. He's not good. It's actually pretty bad. He's pretty bad. My dad might actually even be watching this stream. I don't know. I know my dad is incredibly worried about me actually doing this right now. He expressed concerns about me not doing this, in fact, but like one of the reasons I need to hold on.
I got one. I got three.
Yes,
Can I get a five? Can I get a five? Five in the
Overlord's
fishness.
super
Five in the
chat.
fishness. Can I get a five in the fishness? Can I
They've
get
been
a five in the
wait. They've been
fishness?
thwarting your super
Words I
thanks.
didn't think I'd ever say ever. Can I mention ever again?
They have been ruthless. Thank you so much, Kelsey. Everyone hashtag over there. Thank you. There's a victory. Hey Vicky, feeling that hard right now. I'm likely to be unemployed soon and may need to drop membership for a while. Oh God, Jeffrey, no. Why? No, that's actually not. If you don't want to discuss that here, I'm so sorry. Holy crap. Extreme emotional people can sometimes tell us part of your brain to shut down. That is actually true. Hey Shadow, what's going on? That actually might be the root of what's going on with me. I don't know when to actually bring all the things up. While I'm actually playing, maybe I'll say a few things. I really hope you're not gonna lose your job. Like that's not. We need educators. We should pay them more. What do? We should not pay educators and have them leave? No. Yeah, I'm sorry for everyone who hasn't talked because I haven't had streams. So first, I'm going to like address one elephant, I guess, which is what the hell by amnesia. Yeah, I don't have memories from significant chunks and portions of things that have happened. And having to go through this, I just want to say, for anyone that actually read the Discord, there was something that was there that could help give away what was going on with me. But that was, I will not call it luck that my brother's dead, but that's, I'm glad you have a good support system, Jeffrey. Eastad, thank you for stopping on by. But people like are like retrograde or antegrade amnesia. They think the movie like Memento or something like that. No. That's not quite the things. Hey, Caleb. I don't even know what to actually explain with my own. It's first. If you notice that I'm off, that's actually a real thing. My own dad recognizes that I'm off. People around me can see parts of what I'm off about. It's not like oh God, the burner. It's not like I don't know a few things aren't correct. And even the idea of me doing this as a job, I had an unanswerable question at first, which is, why can't I just go be a photographer? Like, I didn't want to get back in front of a camera because my shy side started coming back out. It's not the entire reason I've been gone, but there's a lot of anxiety. Like, oh my god, hey, look, I got that. There's a lot of anxiety about me being back right here in front of you guys. I'm extremely anxious at the moment. In fact, my heart rate says, high heart rate. Wow, thank you. 108 to 128. Yeah, it's currently at 143 and holding at 142. Yeah, I don't feel like usual being in front of the camera right now. It doesn't feel like usual, like, oh, I'm just starting up a stream. It's not like I don't know how to, which is another everything, but like my whole everything is very... Am I gonna get got by this thing this early on? So there's that. I don't even... People should probably... I said ask because I knew I was gonna stumble over what to say. I've had a little bit of a personality shift. So a few things are not correct about me. And even knowing that, there's not really much I can do about it. Because, as confusing as it might sound, I have perfectly good memories of me being able to do things and feel natural at them. I just also have contradictory memories, and some of them are false. Hey, Sonny. Some of them are false, which is kind of normal for the brain to do when it's kind of lost of what to do. Hey, Earl, what's going on? Earl of Irony over there. And some of them are just gaps. So, yeah, if you're going to go try to look up what's going on with me, yeah, you're probably going to want to start with looking up dissociative amnesia. And then you're probably... Did they find the cause of it? That's not too invasive. Just keeping my mind on track. No. Yes, no, I don't know. It's hard for me to do. It's not just out of practice. So maybe I should just explain the basics and then go into the game. I had in my head what I was going to say, and it's mostly what's on the Discord, but there are additives now from the Discord. So one, this right now it's terrifying for me to be in front of a camera. I really I'm trying not to get too anxious, but the exact thing I was afraid of and have been having issues with is happening right now, and my physiological response says it's happening and it's not going to stop anytime soon, at least right now. Hey, Thick Night Gaming. So so between the 18th and 21st, things happened. I can get into those things. I wouldn't necessarily have known anything other than maybe I was going through just a bad stint of just emotions, or just a shift. My personality shifted at that point toward a few things going wrong. Good night, Beth. Thank you for stopping by. My things kind of went wrong. And then there's very much, I don't have too many memories of what's going on. I do have texts of reaching out to people knowing that something was wrong. And then, unfortunately, my brother's urn, urn gave away that I had anything really, really going on. because um, while some of those memories are back, in general, yes, Jeffrey, you're still sending me reminders, which has been really, really nice. Consistency has been nice. Um, God, I'm shaking. Okay, I need to breathe and just say a few things and probably pay attention. Uh, um, I got extremely upset, angry, and a lot of other emotions over an urn being out there in my living room. Um, I had forgotten my own brother was had died, which is a weird thing to have to say, especially with this channel, and probably reasons why it's not gonna, why I'm not necessarily gonna be the most articulate trying to say a few things, because this channel was made for my brother and I to work together. It was made on his birthday in 2015. So this channel itself is technically something that is caught in the nebula. And God, my dad pointed out that my younger stutter of being very, very shy is back. He did point that out, right? I'm gonna have to re-ask him. Now my brain wants to, in front of you guys, like wants to doubt things. But any memory I really had of my brother actually having died went away. My that urn says that happened in 2016. It says April 23rd. Um, um, Everything about that sucked, because a lot of my memories had been, so a lot of you guys don't know my home life. Like, what does it look like when I'm not streaming or I get out of the office? Many times I'll get up and my memory tells me I go in front near the fireplace and I talk to my brother, and for some reason I have a lot of memories of talking to him on a flip phone, which does exist in my house as more of a quote unquote home phone. Um, but one of the first agitations and things that really let me know what something for sure happened is that there is something in the way of where I thought I should be standing talking to my brother after a stream, like after I get finished working, or like when I'm stressed out, like calling him. Um, um, but I've only lived here since the end of 2018, and I very much logically know he's dead. I it's not like I haven't learned that, or that like that just keeps slipping. It's something that is kind of hard to explain, but there's no way I've ever had a phone conversation with my brother in this house. So any memory I've got of standing in front of where the fireplace is out there, and talking to my brother is not a real memory. The real memory is most likely me talking to something that doesn't talk back, which is talking to the urn out there. What caused it? This job is part of it, possibly. I don't know. Um, it's a lot of stress for trying to help family out, and trying to be the things I need to be. Like there's a few things I'm not sure. Um, so personality shift number one, a lot of mannerisms I had that were hidden because I had an older brother are kind of back in some ways. One of them being that my desperation to try to remember why I'm not a photographer is because I don't want to be necessarily in front of a crowd of people, especially when I know I'll be watched. There's like all of a sudden a drive to go hide. So that's a thing. I'm hoping mine gets better I am really badly studying, aren't I? Not something that I would have any reason for you guys to see. When I first started doing videos on here, it was to encourage my brother to do things. I know factually I've been doing this solo for the better part of a decade. But yeah, something like this, talking about it, would definitely be a topic that I would like. If I knew I was going to be on camera and I had to talk about something important like this, I'd be calling my brother about right now. In fact, the only time that wasn't true was me trying something out on this channel, because I can see when I have blue hair versus when I don't. And that's probably my playthrough of Soma. I don't think I lost any memory of that. I just don't think I talked to my brother about playing through something that it took a lot of dissecting to figure out, and all my thumbnails show that I have black hair, and I am aware that my hair is blue because of my brother. It's a confusing thing. Because I'm aware of some things, and I know they go counter to being aware of other things and knowing other things. So I'm aware that my hair is blue because of my brother. I'm aware of the person who originally made it blue, like, and know who they are, and know that I go to them. I talk to them. It's not like I feel like I missed a beat really talking to them, other than trying to think about the reason why I do that. I can't look at the camera very easily. Eye contact is gonna make me trip up, and trying to imagine the reason I'd do that at the same time as trying to imagine the idea that, you know, my brain is especially starting off, was earnestly telling me like that to just call my brother about things, just talk to him, we'll figure it out. Though those, I looked up, those things like run into each other, because it doesn't really work out that you have hair that you wouldn't have had, but you have no reason to have that hair. Can't quite tell you what caused it specifically. I can just tell you the reason why I first knew for sure something was really, really wrong was that my brother was still alive. I was hyper calling him. I was trying over and over. Somebody else now has his phone number. I've had to apologize to them on multiple occasions. I was doing everything I could to do what I was perceiving as being correct, to that I, you know, when I get stressed out or need to figure things out, I talk to my brother. I'm not sure, John. This right here is already a test enough for me, because since the morning of October 18th, I have not been in front of a camera. I made a few thumbnails, but I definitely did not make them inside this office, like cooped up like this, because anxiety just got worse and worse. So yeah, I worked all night for Silent Hill 2. Then my dad had a repeat TEE, transit esophageal echo cardiogram. He has slight vegetation in his heart. My dad got MRSA while at the hospital, and we need to figure out exactly where it could be hiding, what it could be affecting. He needed a repeat to see, you know, vegetation near his aortic valve, not a good thing. Which in this case both means that it's vegetative state not really working, and also that it could be the place where MRSA actually snuck in. to the hospital because we couldn't find another reason why inpatient MRSA is there. Have I gone in to seek medical help yet? Yeah. Oh yeah. No. And I have this is not. Don't worry. This is not something that has not so badly tortured me that I have not reached out to my own therapist. I don't know what to say about what he said. But my dad had a PICC line put in. I went. I don't remember. Me and somebody else went to try to take care of my dad. I don't remember conversations going there. Apparently, there were conversations to be had. I don't. My heart rate will not go down, Watch. So shut up. I don't remember much of what happened prep. Although I do remember, like, I remember waiting, just having to wait. And I'm gonna breathe while I'm doing this because I'm not actually playing the game right now. So I'm trying to. The last thing in the world I need to do is accidentally start like feeling like I'm really, really choking to death. So I need to actually take deep breaths and try to speak. See how that works. So we waited in the waiting room. I had a doctor come out, cardiologist, to talk to me about the results and everything. And the person that was with me could even see that I was being placated by the doctor. I had very pointed questions about... God. I imagine the camera is a person right now. The idea that there are so many people watching is it's still weird. I guess it's weird. So I remember asking questions, and that's where my memories stop. That I asked very, very pointed questions. They didn't get the answers that they needed, but I got a lot of, you should be in the medical field. And are you starting to do like a lot of things that basically blow smoke up my ass, but they didn't answer like what's going on with my dad. So, fast forward to whenever you want to, because I don't remember anything after that. And I was told that what possibly started a cascade, even though it wouldn't have been the one thing, the thing that probably started the bad cascade was lack of sleep, overworked, overstressed about my dad, and then a nurse did a big no-no, which is a nurse that had no need to know information about the results of my dad's TEE. And, you know, because my dad did this outpatient, apparently that nurse asked over my dad what the results were. I have a big issue with medical personnel in general doing that to patients. Mostly because it's happened to me, and now that means that it's happened to every one of my family members, where someone who does not need to know, their curiosity is getting the better of them. For all this nurse would have known, I was definitely told this is what started setting me off, apparently. For all this nurse knew, like I had information that was life-changing to my dad. For all she knew, I just got told by a cardiologist, we need to do a follow-up procedure because it looks like there's, you know, an infarct, failure, something bigger that you can actually spot, possible to spot. Things that could be life-threatening. My dad could just be learning, well, from like an echocardio, and getting in, you know, any kind of imaging, echo ultra from the esophagus probably wouldn't show you that. It has the potential to tell you devastating things. I was told that a nurse basically overstepped and asked when it's not like my dad was admitted. She had no need, and I hadn't even been able to tell my dad what happened. So, and I'm just having to recite because it's the best I can do. Apparently, I tried to say something that didn't come out correctly, because I didn't want to necessarily give an answer. And I went from a doctor, which I do remember the conversation with the doctor, Hey, Strawberry Fields. I went from talking to a doctor who I had a conversation with, who was blowing smoke up my ass to dodge very pointed questions, to a nurse who was telling me, "Oh, it's okay. I understand something about my, like, is confusing listening to doctors type deal, something of that, basically demeaning knowledge or whatnot." Now, think I know me well enough to know that I would have had issue with someone saying it. So instead, the person I was with stepped up and said something on my behalf to end that thing. And then from then on out, apparently I just start snowballing into something that is, well, you guys might not know this about me. There's a few things my brother had opinions on because they're just the ways I grew up. And one of them was he didn't think I should ever learn how to be angry properly. What I mean by that is my brother's adamant that that my personality, that me becoming sad instead of mad or angry or anything, is an acceptable response given who I am, what I've gone through. I don't want to touch big time on it because it could be factors. And I really, I will say though that being, how do I put this as easily as possible? Being symptomatic, I'm not putting out anything on the internet that is going to corner me at the moment, because that's not, I'm already petrified enough talking. Being symptomatic, I'll call it, of autism and ADHD, but still learning how to be very sociable in different ways. That my brother was under the impression that given our very violent upbringing, childhood of, having to run and only fight when we had to on streets that were very dangerous to live on, that I really had an impulse to protect, and that I shouldn't be adding anger into the mix. I had a few other reasons. Basically, I've always depended on my brother knowing me better than I know myself. And it's always seemed to play out that way where he does. But you guys have probably, because I know I've gone on, I know I've talked to you guys about, like, I can't use like the word rant really, because YouTube hates that. Going on and on about something, that kind of thing. Those are things that will get you flagged eventually over, talking in general, and they don't like that unless it's categorized properly, whatever. But I have been angry on this channel. I mean, I've got perfectly good memories. Let's make it very specific. I have selective amnesia, so it's not that I've just lost everything before a certain point. But I'm getting back to the idea of, do you know what caused it, which would kind of leads into what I'm trying to explain right now. You could tell, apparently from me, that it was very much escalating anger or agitation or something, which is not like me. I'm actually not someone that I can get extremely, especially of more recent years, I can get more agitated, but I am learning how to be angry healthily type deal. And so the things that can do that possibly are fewer and far between. Anyway, apparently on the whole ride back whenever my dad got dropped off, whenever I was getting back, I apparently just went on a tirade. Thank you so much, fam. I just saw that. I mean, I just said it a second. I'm trying to explain things before I look at chat because it's very, but thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Apparently uncharacteristically, like, just And given that it's, from where my dad had a procedure, it's over an hour drive, to be like that for that extended amount of time is not going to be like me, given that the situation's already passed. There's nothing I can do, and there's not like sometimes when my anger is something that is hard for me to get in control, it's because it's an ongoing issue. I know I have to work on anger in general of being healthy for me, because it's many times it's something that's unresolved. It can actually still hurt somebody or affect somebody. And so I get ramped up and now angry because it's something that, as long as it's kept in check, is not wrong to be. Anger can be healthy. My brother was under the very, very strict assumption that my anger would never be healthy, because in mine, at the point that I should go angry, I always became sad and depressed. And while that sounds worse than being angry, I was also the admittedly more violent one when I was younger. That I was more willing to, when needing to try to help protect my brother, especially. Most only that, because I gained a memory back that I realized I lost. Not it wasn't, whatever. I know some. I would only be like that to try to, because I thought I was weak and small and slowing him down. So, after the first time my brother and I ever got stabbed when we were younger, we were like 6 and 8 years old. He was 8, I was 6. So there's like he's 16 months, 19 days, 10 hours older than me. So it must have been in that like 4.5 month gap, because if he's 8 and I'm 6, it means it's somewhere between September 23rd and February 4th. That incident occurred, and then the next time we ran into those people, my first reaction was that their knee never again worked the way a knee should. But my reaction always was to, apparently, and it's not apparent, I remember this, it was very much a do what, even as a 6-year-old, do what needed to be done. But I have I know it's no lie that my memories of crying to my brother asking why it had to be like that aren't a lie. That I never wanted to be violent for any reason. I just also didn't want to feel like my brother got hurt because of me. So my brother was under the very, very strict assumption that with things that I've got going on for me, I will say symptomatic of, so that no one can try to use it against me later, but being symptomatic of borderline personality disorder, which is something, no, not diagnosed. I will not say after this what I have or have not been diagnosed with, but symptomatic of autism, symptomatic of ADHD, symptomatic of traits, especially from cluster B, and symptomatic of chronic depression and anxiety. That even from a younger age, the way I was, my brother really thought that my way of wanting, my brother thought the way that I turned what should have been outrage against humanity, anger against people, into sadness of why can't it just be better, was actually the better way to go. My brother is under the very big assumption that for people like me that can do that, is probably healthier. And I've always been able to see his point of view on that, because it's not, for me, some of that, what people would find despair and would fall into depression. For me, it was always like, I did something and I didn't want to have to do it. Now I did it. It hurt people. Now I'm going to cry to my brother about, why can't I just live on a farm and be a vegetarian? And why do we even have to fight? Why did I have to hurt somebody? That kind of thing. So for him, he truly believed that if you mixed anger into that equation, there would be no check on what I would or would not do. He sincerely I think that's what he sincerely believed. Can't say no. I'm trying to keep my brain unscrambled as I'm doing it, talking about this. And I can see what he meant. That somebody who was prone to making a very snap decision that many times involved, does someone have to physically get hurt? And then, you know, if they were angry about the world, how many more snap decisions could they make? On the other hand, my therapist highly disagrees with that sentiment, but I've only seen that therapist since my brother's been dead, because I first ever saw him because of my divorce, whenever I become uncharacteristically angry, it's actually a sign of something. I don't know if me stumbling over my words makes sense. I feel very, very strange. I'm trying in any capacity to just be on camera and talk for a second. And get back to the idea of what my cause is. So if I can like blow up, there better be something that is actively happening that needs to be stopped. And it's just not characteristic. There's nothing actively happening after we left the hospital. If a nurse asked how my dad was doing and what the results were, as soon as I left the hospital, I'm no longer in that mind space. I shouldn't be agitated. Apparently I stayed in that agitated mode. Now from that point on, I have to take other people's words other than two things happened. One of those two things was I didn't recognize my own son. In fact, I was in the wrong place in time, in space, everything. There's one thing that I do know happened is that my son knocking at my a door for me was instead I was back to being 18, back from some traumatic things that happened to me. And I was opening the door to my studio apartment. The idea that it freaked me out, the idea that I could do that. I know it did because I sent off panicked messages saying that something is wrong and my son is with me. Now, from then on out, I can't tell you exactly what happened for the next 3 days, but apparently I just digressed and devolved more. Forgot more things were wrong. And it kind of culminated in the idea of once it seemed like how much I was gonna forget, how much I was gonna forget, I was over. The 21st was here, but also I had a big thing to tell me something was wrong, which is I just simply had no memory that my brother died. Now I said, I think I already said lucky or unlucky, whether you wanted to say or not. A lot of people going through any kind of amnesia of any sort, they might not know they're actually in any kind of trouble or that they're going through it. That something's happened like that. There's a very good chance they don't know, because you can't know something you necessarily forgot unless something is. It's really, really hard to explain that one. But it's really hard to deny that there is an urn on your in your living room. So I think I spelled enough of that out on Discord. I tried to type it in the announcements. If you didn't read it, join the Discord. I typed it out and I actually looked over it as many times as I could, but I know I was a bit long-winded, long type, but it's not like I'm less long-winded now. Since then, the biggest culprit is dissociative amnesia, and at that point, selective as well. Is it a stressor? Is it the job? Is it things that happen? Well, I forgot quite a few things that have come back in the worst way possible, because I just get to be the lucky bastard who got traumatic flashbacks. I've had 2 of them. And by people who have seen or witnessed any part of those, that they have not been pretty. Now a third one might or might not have occurred because, unlike the traumatic flashbacks, something else happened about a week ago that helped make sure the rest of my right side is damaged, and what damage I'd already done to my hand or thumb, which was, my thumb was already broken by then, was just going to be worse. But now I finally realize where some of my pain came from, which is the measurement between 2 of the bruises on the front side of me is the exact width of where a fold-out table that I use in I have a very small living space that I can fold out and use. It's the width from one edge of that to the other. So now it's like more or less obvious that, yeah, I remember getting to the door because my neighbors, for a second time, checked up on me for hearing noises. But this time I don't remember getting to the door. I just remember pain, right side, things happening. It was all not good. It only got put together for me that's like, it fit everything for what happened before, except for I don't remember what I could have possibly remembered in that episode, but I did hurt myself. So with 0 supervision, do know flashbacks, apparently they can get you hurt. I don't remember much from the first one, but I can tell you the second one, it's not fun. It's terrifying. The first one, I can't tell you exactly what happened, but I believe in the first one, I realized that my dog was also dead. For those of you who have been around for a bit, that dog was basically a medical dog for me. I won't go into more detail than that, but I got very, very, very lucky. Even my own therapist can admit that the luck I had with having the dog I had for 14 and a half years is astounding, because she fit the role of a medical dog. I had forgotten she died. I had also had to buy another stethoscope, cheaper one, because my good Littman one I hid from myself, hoping I wouldn't find it after my dog died. And one of the memories I got back was knowing exactly where that stethoscope is. So it's not like you get to pick and choose what you remember, you lose. But like, it's very hard to describe how it's like to go through each day having to like mentally take a note or put notes where you remember, or go through a routine where, one, you have to remind yourself that your best friend's dead, and they've been dead for 8.5 years. I got very combative about that, but more of those memories came back. It's even more strange to realize that another living creature that depends on you, that your brain told you they're alive, but you're going out and doing things that would require you to take care of your animal, your dog, cat, whatever, like make special arrangements, much less have the back door where she used to come in and out, like, cleared away. How I just was living for 2 and some weeks, whatever, thinking that Sheila's alive, and she wasn't. Also, in that first episode, I definitely remembered a few more details of things that happened the night that my brother must have died. I remember, I don't know everything, The second one I absolutely remember better. I know the traumatic flashbacks because I do know that, yeah, there's pieces of my hair that luckily have grown a bit more out. I definitely did rip out hair. First time I was prevented from doing nearly that kind of damage the second time. I don't remember either episode, and I can tell you from my standpoint that I just had not the best luck, because a lot of people who, I won't say a lot of people, I won't generalize. This is a whole big field of people who have gone through something like this. In this case, when it comes to flashbacks in general, there are therapeutic techniques to get people out of that state of mind, and usually it's associated with PTSD. And to get people out of that state of mind, usually you bank on a sense that isn't in that flashback, and you have a lot of techniques to walk them down, to ground them, to make sure that they basically walk right back out of something that could be very real, whether it's a sense of sight, smell, taste, touch. One of the five senses very much being involved in it, using another sense that is not involved to help start bringing them back out of that, so that their brain can understand a cognitive distance between what they're currently presently experiencing and what is happening, what they think is happening. Many times flashbacks can include, like, if it's a visual, it can be just auditory, that people go through that, where they hear the sounds of, chaos, decimation, whether that be loss of life, sounds of war, things like that. They can hear that, and having to use visual things to help ground them and bring them back out, that can't be happening. It can be opposite, where visually they see things that shouldn't be there, reliving that. They can taste things that, and using their sense hearing to knowing that that's not 100% grounded, or their sense of touch isn't. Even grounding techniques of touching, like you would use for normal dissociation, used for PTSD for flashbacks. Unfortunately for me, it seems like all five of my senses get nice and wrapped up in that shit. Because the second time around, there was definitely, when having to question the person who witnessed that, the generalized answer to it was that I snapped myself out of it because of my son, and something to do with saying something about my son, or something to do with, my son. And then another time where I felt like I might be going into that is something else that jolted me back out of it, but it wasn't something that I could really control or do. That I was ripping at my head, screaming, all the things that would definitely get your neighbor's attention, to come and, say something, because I wasn't in a good way. Now that's from their standpoint of seeing somebody thrash about and scream and rip at their head hard enough to pull out chunks of hair and whatever else I was doing. From my standpoint of what happened, I know why I was screaming, and I can tell you right now why my therapist is scared of certain things and why certain things are good. And it's taking time to get through all of this because it's a lot. I mean, just go forget some formative memories of yours, and then throw in a smattering of forgetting people that are near and dear to you have died, and see what happens. It's not good. From my perspective, I was fully reliving things. I was not in an abode to live. I was not on a seated position. I wasn't in the place I was at. And I don't want to describe one of the memories because it hurt remembering it, because it had to do with something with somebody getting hurt, and I feel like I could have prevented it. But me going through it, it definitely, it didn't, there's nothing about it that felt like what you learn about in even some textbooks and what you would see on TV or movies. Flashback where somebody has like, oh, I've got a memory that came back to me. Oh my God. I remember now, like blah blah blah, and it's like it's important to the plot for a TV show. That's not at all what fucking happened. I was trapped reliving the section of my life that I had not been recalling, and I was screaming because instead of living in each memory that I'm inside of that is a memory, but just like it wasn't a memory. I had forgotten somebody's recent death, and I, coming out of that, it felt, while time had passed, it felt like they had just died again, because it was not just vivid, it was, I was there again. And the reason I know I was screaming was because it, I don't really know how to describe it. I'm in my own body saying words I know I've said, and then knowing now what is going to come. I was screaming to try to stop me. That's my memory. That I was desperately screaming to tell me to do something different. And the more I screamed, the more it was like a realization that I'm just a passenger through my own eyes. That I couldn't, that like I'm a thought inside of my own head's thoughts. And every time the moment I'm screaming about came to pass, it felt like I fell out of myself. Even though it felt like I was living, it felt like I fell to land in myself again, but not where I was. But now just speed that up real damn fast of feeling like a lot of these things could be happening at the same time, even though that's not how time works, even though it might be how time works. I was screaming at different instances of myself to stop in my own head of the things I was reliving from happening by telling myself to mostly say and do something different. Yeah, I got some memories back. I hated it. I hated every second of it. I have been hard questioning whether I need memories back of certain things, or if I can just live and know that I have lost memories of certain events in my life and certain things. 'Cause that sucked. People getting harmed and screaming, people knowing that what I'm saying will prolong their harm or suffering, or won't save them, or not the right words, or isn't the right action, and to scream at myself to try to tell me to don't do that because it's not going to work out, and don't make that mistake again. But it wasn't for me again. It was don't make that mistake. And for some reason, that cognitive dissonance was just in there in every memory of I knew what was coming now, and what would come of it. I needed to stop it. So physically, I was apparently audibly screaming. That's pretty obvious. When the third time it happened, my neighbors absolutely tried to get a hold of me again. Cool. But the second time around, for sure, like I remember what happened and how I remembered what I remembered, and it was awful. And I wouldn't wish it on anyone, really, because then came a problem. And the biggest problem is what happens when I have to remember and relive, and in that kind of fashion, if it comes up, my brother dying. That's an issue. So there's one issue. Now, given how other events that seem minuscule in comparison to how my life is different from that moment on, it's a scary thought and proposition that I might not be able to handle, because yes, through going to a therapist, through therapy, through doing what I can on my own, I've discovered a few things. I've discovered that one, I'm lucky to have the therapist I have, that their determination of my mental state means that they believe that as long as I am willing to do some of the things they ask, I'm good to go at being, not needing to be current this very moment, at least, in any kind of inpatient kind of mental health care. Nor do they believe that I'm people going through this. He asked 3 generalized questions, and I can't remember the first person that asked those questions or how they first came up. I'm forgetting that all of a sudden, but I'm getting flustered just being on camera. And it was like, was it more like an angry outburst? Was it more like, fear, like shirking away? Or was it more catatonic when I was going through that? And I believe now the resounding everything is fear. That it wasn't, even if anger led up to it, even if anger led up to it, it would be that I acted out of fear once the episode started. The third one, I don't know what I exactly remembered, but I can tell you right now that I didn't know why I saw the world. I realized I didn't know why I saw the world 2 different ways. And for those of you who have been here long enough, you'll know that my eyes do not see the world the same way. That I am not color blind, color damaged in my right eye. But my therapist told me to start going through and systematically trying to rewrite like a generalized timeline and be specific when I can of my life and things that are happening, things that are going on in general, and that not to stress out if I don't remember something. It can just be normal. It can be normal God, the camera scares the shit out of me right now. It can be normal forgetfulness. But quickly, like, the first hypothesis was everything to do with my brother is what I had forgotten. That was like the first thing kind of put on the table. Since I forgot my brother's death, everything to do with how he would have been involved with my life is things that I had possibly had a possibility of forgetting. He might have been the through line. That through line quickly was proven wrong by my therapist, who showed that no, most likely what I'm going through, selective amnesia, has bigger and different pockets, and it wouldn't necessarily make sense for that, but for me to go through it and see for myself. One of the first things I ran across is I don't remember why I at least I didn't until like a week ago remember why I saw the world in 2 different ways, why my right eye has any difference. I knew something must have happened. I know that physiologically speaking, that like, that's probably indicative of damage to the actual eye. Like the problem is that I can guess enough things that it puts me in a bad spot, because it seems the recipe is actually getting back to a textbook. What causes dissociative amnesia? PTSD, stress. What is that stressor? It can be a lot of things. It can be something. It's usually trauma. What's trauma for one person isn't trauma for another. Sometimes you can pinpoint that trauma to a specific event, or you can pinpoint it to a series of events. It seems like what my therapist was trying to get at is that it is very much a series of events in my life that led to me being able to have having any type of amnesia. The good news is that for dissociative amnesia, there is a much higher, there's a chance with therapy, with doing things correctly, to the best of your ability through different methods, you'll regain memories you lost. They can all come back fast or come back slowly over time. Some of them have come back fast. They're traumatic flashbacks. They're not fun. Some of them have just, me remembering my eye was not a traumatic something. It was it was like it was just gone, but it came back. That I remembered, yeah, oh yeah, my face got kicked in when I was trying to protect a kid and I refused to throw a punch. I got my fucking face stomped. Because I actually was a pacifist, even if I ever had to turn violent to try to be protective of my older brother, feeling like I was the reason he would ever get hurt. I had a big rule even when I was very young, which is I won't hurt people to protect others other than my brother. My brother was the exception. If it was me and my brother, I would resort to hurting people if there was no way to run away. And trust me, my brother and I never skipped on cardio, so it wasn't like we couldn't try to run, but bikes are faster than you can be, but you can be smarter than they can be, but sometimes there's nothing you can do. I did remember my eye is damaged. So it's not like all things are just locked away. Now, the downside is that there's peer review going around because some of the idea of dissociative amnesia, having to rule out this wasn't just like a stroke. TIA, something that could TIAs can last, transient ischemic attacks. Go re-look it up in case you are medical field of any sort. They are not. We have seen peer review shows. Long-lasting side effects can be there from TIAs. You're having an ischemic attack. It's just it doth moveth out of the way on its own. And the idea of TIAs, transient ischemic attacks, ischemia being blockage of the flow of blood, nutrients to portion of the body, that since it's transient, since it's moving, there's no lasting effect. So a TIA, a stroke, that is a TIA instead has the symptoms of a stroke, but no lasting effect. We know that's bullshit now, that you can actually have TIAs and have lifelong effects from it. Having to get to the idea that it's, dissociative amnesia really also sucks because my psychology degree tells me it's back from days where, this is a hotly contested subject, but I never stopped trying to study for all of that. The shitty side of it is that there is a way to get memories back. There's a really good way to get memories back. You have two chemicals in your brain. I'm gonna really stupidly simplify this. And they counteract each other in situations. And we found one of those chemicals can help encode memories and cause something like this. Now, the reason it's not a hotly contested subject, whether it can happen or not, is because we tested. I can't make eye contact with you guys right now. We tested on rats. We injected this substance into their brain and shocked the shit out of them from a floor. A floor was electrified and shocked them. Is it animal cruelty? The parameters of the test show that it's something that would have absolutely scared the shit out of the rats, but would have been like, it's not like electric chair for rats. That's not. So anyway, so they inject them with that drug, so it's in their brain in abundance that shouldn't usually be there. Then they let it wear off. They put them back in the cage that just shocked the shit out of them. While they should remember that the floor is basically lava type deal, they acted like normal. When they repeated that, of re-injecting him with that chemical, lo and behold, the rats could remember that the floor doth hurt them. That was our first big breakthrough of knowing this is a repeatable process of knowing your memories can be re-encoded in your brain. Right side of your hippocampus, a few other things go blah, blah, blah. I believe right side. Plus, I believe it's GABA. equals plus other things in abundance equals you can re-encode memories. You can get them back, and this might help explain. Do I know the cause? Well, the cause of dissociative amnesia sometimes can be the exact same way you can try to get memories back. It can be trauma, but I started losing memories as soon as I got overwhelmed at my dad's medical condition, apparently, and a nurse asking about it. And I had been working all night, so my job got me overwhelmed. Like, a lot of things got me over a certain point, and then memories started just being lost. And usually it's to protect the person that's going through it. So how did I lose it? Trauma over time, plus lack of sleep, plus inciting factors, probably making it so that my brain had the ability to absolutely fuck with me, equals I forgot shit. How would I get that back? Probably the exact reason why anger seems to precede some of these, which is put yourself back in the emotional spot you were, and then try to recall or recollect. And that's a recipe to remember and for disaster. It's a recipe to remember because all your brain has done, as far as we know, has retranscribed those memories behind a chemical gate in your brain to save you from having to experience those memories. To get them back, though, in the most reliable way is to basically have those memories come back, unlock the chemical gate, and have it accessible to you again. But for the biggest example of I forgot my brother died, and so I was under the belief he is alive. I'm still under that belief confusedly. It's hard to explain. The prospect of having to be in the mind space of losing your closest friend of your entire life from the day you were born until now, but having to accept that now is a lie. They've been dead for the better part of a decade, and that the easiest and fastest way is to put your mind back in the headspace and then start trying to do anything that could recollect that. Yeah. Combine that with that I'm actually having traumatic flashbacks. No, it's not a good combination for me because I don't know what will happen for that. I don't know how much of that I've got to relive. I do know from what I've already had, parts of that night I already can remember. Like, I know what night it happened on because I know I was meeting with a friend at a Taco Mac, sitting down with her, and that's, I have memories back of needing to leave. I have a memory back of walking into my old house I used to own, and that my ex-wife and her mom were at the door. Their mouths moved, but I didn't hear their words. I have a memory back of going downstairs and making a phone call. Now I know it was the bride that wrecked my photography career. That's simple. I got a memory back the second time around that I didn't even remember. A friend of mine kept a close friend of mine for my whole life at that point, like, was already there and hugged me. I gained a memory back of smelling the giant gardenia bush that's at the top of my parents' driveway and hugging a friend of mine. I gained memories back of knowing that there were things that I had to take care of when I walked in, but I also gained a memory that I know I could, like, I had forgotten something for all this time, and I know I forgot because I went searching for, if this memory is true, I should find X item at Y position, and it should basically be discarded for no good reason out in the open. You just have to dig around for it. Yeah, I found it. So it's not like I'm just, my brain is not choosing what it's just, but all of this is kind of like I remember my brother wearing a pair of, I can get pajama pants. I have a matching pair of comic book pajama pants. And I have a memory of asking for them back. Now, the first time I went through it, I know that my brain came up with the reasoning of they're going to get cut off of him. That my brother's going to lose his favorite pajama pants because paramedics or someone are going to cut the pants off of him. Is immediately what my brain wanted to tell me. However, it was, I believe, during that first episode that I also remembered my mom behind me speaking. I remember smelling the Gatorade that he was sipping on. And I don't know if it's that episode or the second. I remember his eye. I remember his eye, and that's not the eye I saw is not the eye of a living person, or at least the eye of a person who's going to be using that eye ever again in their life. I remember that his glasses weren't with him. The first time around when I got some of these memories back, my brain, all of me was still convinced I was there to take my brother was having a medical emergency, and I was there to take my brother and get him to the ambulance because, for those of you that might know, I used to be bulkier for a reason and have more muscle for a reason, is that if my brother ever needed help with his condition, with his acromegaly, he keeps growing, and his weight gain is out of his control. If where he was staying in downstairs at my parents' house, if he ever needed help, it'd be hard to get him out of there. So the idea of one person carrying him versus trying to figure out any other way to carry him to get him outside was always preferable. So everything in me just told me that I was asking for pants back and looking at an eye because there was an ambulance. And I know I had a memory that's false. That's an ambulance was in the driveway, which is not. My mom has now said that an ambulance was there at one point, but not down in the driveway like that. And that's not what I ran into, because the second time that I had a memory of a death that was more recent, and in remembering a hearse, that memory got immediately replaced with the real one, which is I was helping my brother get to a hearse. Don't really know how to describe that kind of cognitive dissonance once again. Of feeling like your brother is very much alive and everyone's playing a sick fucking joke on you for trying to say that he's dead, but also having a memory come back to you that you helped him get to a hearse. You can see why I thought it was, and why the first theory was it was based around memories of my brother. But that can't be true. I had forgotten why my right eye is damaged, and that was protecting a kid named Jonathan when he was being ganged up on and trying to hold back so he could run away. It didn't work. But, like, that was how my eye got damaged. And so that doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm going to go back to playing the game here in a second, because parts of me are getting very confused trying to say it out loud. Because I've said it out loud to people individually, but not like I've not talked in front of a group. Is barely started to flip as far as it comes to my brother, where I realize in waking up that I'm having an easier time realizing first that he is dead, and then my mind wants to fight that no, he's alive, instead of waking up like it's a fucking worse the worst Groundhog Day you could think of every day you wake up to having to remember that your best friend and older brother is dead, and you have to factually remember it, but emotionally, your dreams, your emotions, your everything tell you that those facts are wrong. If you just call your brother, he'll tell you it's wrong because he's on the phone. Like, what are you doing? I don't. So that's a thing. So now it's flipped to where it's not like a reset when I go to bed of like, I want to be argumentative whether my brother's alive. I do apologize if you find me slipping up over and over whether I talk about my brother as if he is alive and we could talk to him, or rather if he's dead, because I don't have any other memories other than basically what I told you. There's like one or two other personal things that it's not y'all's business, but it's nothing to like, I don't remember my brother's like from waist up and like his other eye and face. I don't remember all those things. The first episode came from trying to remember that my parents needed help, and apparently I was asked to stay over, and the thing that set it off was a mattress that I got things collected in my parents' house. I put it in where my old room when I was a kid where I stayed. I knew a guest bed should be in there with a mattress. There was nothing, and my brain just was like, let's figure this out. Like, since when are they able enough to move a bed around? Why can't I just take a nap? I'm dead tired. My room is the only clean place still in this house. My old room I grew up in, at least. So, and yes, one of the memories I regained was that that mattress I made my parents get rid of because it was a biohazard. Because that's the mattress my brother was on. You see where it can get confusing, like some of these the big things. So there's two things that are going. One, I can't tell you everything I've forgotten. I can tell you where there are obvious gaps of things that I don't know. There's even some people who I did not know what was transpiring, what happened, what did happen, why I would feel one way or another toward a person. Some of those memories have come back. Me being combative about things, most of that is gone. That's pretty stereotypical of somebody going through that, where you know yourself best, right? So, and amnesia in this case is described as it's way beyond normal forgetfulness. Like it's things that you shouldn't forget, i.e. things that can change who you are, because in the worst cases you can, in dissociative amnesia, forget enough to forget to act completely differently because there's nothing anymore telling you. It's hard to describe the mechanisms that work with it, but you could. I know my heart's going. Thank you, Watch. It's a long story short to say, once you lock certain things behind a door in your own brain, until they're unlocked, you can also lock up instincts. And so your instinct to do one thing or another, even if it's learned over time, can immediately vanish and be wiped out. I've learned that the hard way because every part of me wants to be a photographer right now. I don't feel like me in the idea of, I know I've done this for so long. Like it's 10 years of me being, almost 10 years of me being on camera, right? 2025, and I'm 10 years of being on camera. So it should be like second nature. You just boot things up and you start a stream and you decide to talk or you decide to play a video game, right? You do. But worse and worse it got, that anxieties about being in front of people and my desire to hide. Even having an episode of that I don't remember of forcing somebody to have a partial conversation with my brother, who I was hallucinating was in the room with me, and having a three-way conversation, like, and the feeling of thinking that I can see him has really gone away a lot, where I think that he's somewhere, and I truly do believe he's just sitting there, or I was just talking to him. It's a very strange thing where you're in your car and, you know, I really, I'm not quite sure what more to say off the top of my head, I guess, other than explaining it. I guess the only thing I really have to emphasize is that I'm definitely, there's a part of me that has definitely rolled back a bit, where I already feel like the anxiety and the emotional exhaustion. As a photographer, I hide behind the camera. I can joke around, but I'm not in the photos. I've sat there to learn about people, to give questionnaires, to learn who they are, what they like, dislikes, to try to just be somebody who shows up. But, like, you know, it's like almost like they consider me a friend by the time I get there, but they're paying their friend to have to do this. And so in those situations, like, I know that my dad and I just talked about this too. I know that, like, in some of this, that when having to be in front of a crowd and take their photos for 8, 12 hours, whatever, and then edit those, like, that's 8 to 12 hours of somebody who, once again, won't say what I am, and am not actually diagnosed with, but, you know, symptomatic of autism, symptomatic ADHD, symptomatic of borderline personality disorder, symptomatic for someone like that. The idea of, it's the ASD at that point, the autism, that really, like, you realize that I have tendencies that would make me withdraw and not be as easy to socialize. In fact, I was considered mute until the age 4. Fun fact for anyone watching, being mute, it has a few different parameters that go about it, but the inability to speak when one should be able to is not the definition of being mute. The definition of being mute can be things like symptoms of autism, where even if communication would behoove you, or you possibly have the faculties and you can physically speak, not being able to speak can still render you with a diagnosis of being mute, which I was until, you know, a younger age. And then that diagnosis only went away because I was speaking to my brother. I was using my brother as a filter of, tell him, he'll tell other people. And that was enough for me not to be considered mute. Barely. Kind of. And I know that I've had my brushes with bad illnesses, and that in my own experience, I wanted to learn how to communicate better with other people, because in my head, I'll tell you, back then in my head, I was afraid of dying and people not knowing anything about me for real. Like, the idea that I was filled in a high school with people that asked for my help, any kind of knowledge I could give, because I seemed like an adult in a kid body to a lot of people. Mostly because I didn't get wrapped up in all of the things you're used to that age being. Like, it's not like I didn't have hormones going through my body. It's just I socially was a bit more inept, that I took things at a face more realistic, and it's like, if this is the issue, you know, do A and B and then you get result C type deal. When most teenagers don't think like that. If you can give a roadmap to most teenagers of being like, they're like, I'm in a jam. It's like, what is it? Smuckers? Like, no. Is it like, what's going on? They're in a jam. They explain it to you. Like, I'm having this and the issue with that person. It's like, oh, well, yeah, talk to them and possibly apologize, check with them, you know, that I can see both sides of how that would go, blah, blah, blah. Easy blueprint. Send them off. They're gonna come back within a few days being like, yeah, I'm still having an issue. What happened when you did that? Oh, I didn't do any of that. No. I'm talking about an age where, like, most teens are just stupid. Where they won't, even the most well thought out advice, it's just they don't want to, and most of the time it's not wanting to fess up to and face the reality that they're in. That the reality they're in is awkward, and the easiest way to make that reality something that they can handle is facing that reality head on and addressing it. And everyone knows what that feeling is of having words at the tip of your tongue, and if you could just start the first word or two, the rest of them will come, but you're stuck in your own head on this cycle where you're thinking that, like, you know what you want to say, and you're staring at the person you want to say it to, or you're in the car or the room or whatever, or on the phone with that person, but you stay silent. And you know, if you just break the silence and start speaking, you can finish the sentence and say what needs to be said. And almost everyone here living the human condition should know that there have been times where that never happened, and the conversation ended and you never said it because it was hard and difficult and scary, and you froze, and or this, that, and the other. There are reasons why. Or you blew up, you redirected, changed subject, blah, blah. My own younger self wanted to learn how to communicate better because I was way too reserved. And in believing that what was hurting me would end up killing me, permanently killing me, not just me being able to say, I have a death certificate. I learned to communicate better in this attempt to feel like people know who I am. I've had to question that a lot ever since losing any parts of my memory. Did any of that fucking matter? My brain, like, I've a lot of switches from the norm, like that paradigm shift, that snapping, that very severe right angle from what was going on to turning on to something else. Where, like, I even want to doubt, was there any point to doing that? Was that worth it? And it's not to say, like, you know, being nihilistic. It's just saying, has anything changed in the last 20 years? Do people actually know me? Did it do what I wanted it to do? Well, if I die today, will there be people who show up and realize who died? Or will it be a bunch of people just having to make shit up because I never actually said what was on my mind? Part of me thinks that I'm just still the person practicing, where, once again, for anyone who's heard that, I used to practice at, like, grocery stores at Publix, because, like, you know, they ask you how your day's going. I'm looking at the camera. That's good. But I know I've told you guys this. This feels more normal. It's where I used to practice on the cashiers, and everything, and even the bag boys, bag girls, whatever, the bagging person. And they'd ask me how I'm doing, and I just, you know, I'd be that person that's like, oh, I got this, that, and the other going on. But it was my way of trying to practice, because if they wanted nothing to do with it, if they didn't want to participate in a conversation that was actually me actually saying what was on my mind, if they didn't want to participate, they're at work. They can't follow me home, so I can just drive away. And if they did want to participate, then, you know, find a line where there's no one behind you, talk to them, and when it's too much for you, you can just walk away from the conversation. That's how I really learned to communicate in longer stints and not be exhausted or get migraines or feel like I didn't say what I meant. Like, I went through a lot to be able to just communicate, right? Okay, cool. Well, of course, also, I did use my brother for most of my life when it came to important topics, including, I don't know, something like I'm talking about right now. everything inside of me is screaming to shut up until I can get my brother on the phone. Still, right now, which is why it's getting not easy to speak about it. As for everything else, I helped save a dog. They're back with their owner. November 24th, there was a bloodhound that really tried to die in the street, right outside my house. And I did my best to shepherd it out of the road, let it kind of settle somewhere away from the road. It kept going back into the road. And I had plans trying to leave, and finally this big female 90-pound plus bloodhound started following me finally back to my house. Called animal control. They never came. I called them on a Sunday. They finally stopped by when no human being ever alive is home. Wednesday at 11 something a.m. If you're home, either you work from home or you're asleep because you work the night shift or something. And they didn't even get heads up that they're going to be there. So in making my backyard enclosure fit for trying to save a dog that really was trying to get itself killed out in the road, there were parts of my fence that I haven't fixed since my dog died over 2 years ago. And I really made a calculated risk with my thumb of about how heavy one object was and how much it can be moved and how quickly can I move my hand out of the way and not destroy everything in my hand. I did hope in the best situation that it was protect the joints at least, because, broken bones will heal a lot better than a joint that is fucked up. So my distal phalanx of my right thumb, that broke. But it's fine because I got the backyard fortified. Then it started getting to freezing temperatures in Georgia for no good reason out of nowhere. I made inside my garage a place where the dog could come in, be safe, have my deceased dog's now washed bed. I washed the bed that I had that had the stains where the last time Sheila helped me give herself surgery. I'm not ashamed to say that bed has been in my garage for over 2 years, just sitting there, because it was hard for me to even look at or touch, and it just was in a place where I didn't need to be in that part of my garage, so it just sat there kind of on top. This dog needed it, and I needed to wash it because things happen. I kept the dog safe, and then my next door neighbors just didn't hold up. I thought they were going to help me fix the part of the fence that they actually wrecked. And I just started calling her Hagel because I was tired of saying, "Hey girl, come here." So I called this dog Hagel for a while. I was going to go get her checked out by a vet. I had called the vet around the corner from me that had the last dose of flea medication and dewormer and everything for my dog before she died that I had prepaid for and check up. I talked to them can I come by, get her scan her for a chip because I missed the pet shelter. I mean the animal control. I had to call them because it is illegal to keep a dog and not report it missing. But get the chip scan, get them checked out, everything. If there's a difference, can I pay it? Should I pay it? Whatever. They said yes. That night the dog, it was December 2nd, got out. Neighbor's fence did it. It got down to 20 something degrees. For those of you across the pond, that is below 0 degrees Celsius. It's not good. And so I searched all night, and a lot of the rest of the injuries of my hand came from starting searching around 5 p.m. and ending around 4 a.m. And I'm just keeping pressure on a lot of it. Because I decided that why not screw up everything? Between that third episode where I didn't actually have a flashback that I can recall and remember right now, that was the rest of my radiocarpal base of my wrist just torn up. My metacarpals just for my fingers not liking me. They hate me. They hurt real bad. Without something bracing on the back, not an ace bandage because they stretch too much. They either stretch too much or you have to tighten it down so much and then they constrict the second you start moving your body and they swell. This is an actual hand wrap, which, just stays stiff and is better for what I need it to do. CMC, just all the things in my hand got bruised or inflamed or just agitated. If I unwrap it right now, it's a nice bruise that circles here, palm, down toward my wrist. My thumb though is healing. That's good. It hurts like hell to do anything with it, but yeah. I don't mind injuries. I'm gonna look at chat again and try to talk, and you guys can ask whatever you want to. I don't mind injuries if it's for a reason. So I'm not gonna harp on this too much. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, it hurts like hell. Even to do using a mouse feels half impossible. It's a pain in the ass. I've been trying to figure out a better way to wrap it and being able to still use a mouse and not hurt. I have a sideways mouse as well as up and down doesn't work out very well. The sideways one I have for gaming probably is the better bet. And even using a controller, playing this game, it fucking hurts to use a joystick. But if I get hurt and it's like for a reason, like the dog was innocent. The owners of the dog, I'm sure, didn't mean for it to get out. Dog's innocent. It's out. A blue car slams on its brakes, taps the dog. The dog kind of stumbles sideways and then tries to go and sniff the owners of the car and like the door and still is acting skittish. And it's like, come on, you just got hit by this giant moving vehicle. Please get out of the road. No, it happened again when it was trying to follow me, like slamming on brake. It did no road smarts. The idea that like, yeah, I broke part of my thumb because I was trying to get an object in place to block off my fence, so it's good for a dog that's that big to knock it out when they're notorious for being able to jump really high. Doesn't bother me. That does not. It doesn't. Like, it's an inconvenience. It sucks. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not gonna harp on it much more really because it'll heal. But I don't mind at all injuries that will heal if it is for, especially something that's innocent. Yay, and the dog's owner was found, and they're back home now. Their actual name is Reese or Reese. I'm not quite sure. Because I put out that I'd give a reward to anyone who could tell me where the dog went because I hadn't been able to locate their owner. I still need to go get it chipped. I was gonna get a general checkup. It ran away in the middle of the night. It could be freezing to death right now. It might come to haggle. I don't know. I've been calling it that for like over a week now. And someone responded to that post saying, the dog's home. Somebody else did exactly what you're going to do. The day I was going to get the dog chipped, somebody else was able to go to the same place I was going to go. Got the dog chipped, checked for a chip. The place was open. They did it early enough in the day. The place was open that the chip company to give over information. The owner was contacted. They got home. Yay. So I still kept the dog out of freezing temperatures. And somebody else was a good Samaritan and finished the job that I started, which was keeping a dog safe. Cool. So yeah, things are injured. It was worth it because the thing is a bloodhound that did not deserve to die is alive and back home. Cool. Things like that don't bother me. I mean, they'll bother me, but don't worry about this. It'll go away soon enough. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to say before I try to talk to chat and play the game, of course, so YouTube doesn't get completely pissed. Because I don't... This isn't Ask Me Anything, but please be kind. It's real amnesia. Things include, but are not limited to. I had forgotten the death and things leading up to of my ex-father-in-law, who I believed actually turned out to be a good man in the end, and was someone who I very much relied on to be a good guiding compass for Rowan on my ex's side of the family. I forgot my own dog's death, and I remembered that. Part of that, her death, I realized is still blocked off, and it's actually the moment she died. Up to carrying her to the vets where they went to cremate her. But having to go back through that memory and relive it is like my dog just died a month ago. it's very hard to describe, but it's kind of like my dog just died again, and it really fucking sucks. I don't know even how to describe that. The feeling of the perpetual Groundhog Day of Nathan's alive, and my brain is lying to me with false memories. I don't even know how to really broach a lot of it because I don't know what anyone would want to know, or what anyone would want to explain of why I've been away from the camera, because this is my full-time job. So for me not to be here and not work, I get supremely fucked over because, I mean, YouTube had me talk at the creator conference a long time ago about how you're a smaller channel and still make the same kind of revenue that would sustain a lifestyle that you can have a sustainable channel. Like that all is a thing, but you got to work. You got to show up to your job. My residual revenue will not pay the bills. It won't even pay after taxes. It won't even pay half my rent. So me staying away for over a month, really is not financially a good decision. Here's the lay of the land, though. My therapist had me take some steps that I was supposed to do with those that were close to me. There's still a chance that I might need more assistance. That assistance might include needing to be inpatient instead of being out and about in the world. So I'm not going to guarantee anything. I'm not saying it's going to be required. I'm just saying it's still a possibility. I don't know everything. I've forgotten what caused it. Probably a lot of the things that, that could cause a lot of people stress, anxiety, but like on a hyper level, or PTSD on a very big level. It's selective, so there are chunks of my memory that are just gone. Yes, it's normal for your brain to make things up for chunks that you would forget, i.e., my memory telling me that for the longest time I've left my office and talked to my brother on the phone after streams and whatnot, even though those memories are me doing that in this house, and that urn says he died in 2016. I moved in here at end of 2018. I've had to apologize to the people who now have my brother's phone number so many times, because I've called it so many times, expecting that, and the way I try to describe for specifically my brother right now, it feels like trying to read journals, and everything. It feels like a cruel joke. I've always kept good journals my whole life. It feels like somebody learned my password on my phone, learned where I stashed my journals, used my handwriting, erased things, and wrote them in just to make me panic and feel awful. It feels like the worst practical joke. It feels like the episode of Prank that would have gotten Ashton Kutcher canceled from any possibility, because it's like, we're gonna prank this guy into believing that his brother's dead today. But when in reality the opposite's true, my brother actually is dead, and my memory of being out in the living room is most likely the same instinct I've got to be in front of his urn and talk, which is me just talking to his urn. But my brain filled in a gap. It's selective, and I, once again, probably wouldn't know that there's extensive memory loss if it weren't for a big fucking deal being gone. With that said, also, there is a personality shift that came with it that is, my dad could easily point out even today, which is a stutter that I had when I was younger, when I get too nervous and I haven't warmed up enough to being in front of people, has come back. My lack of eye contact has come back. The idea that I don't want to keep explaining and I want to feel like somebody else steps in and perfectly explains because I feel like I over-explain things has come back. Yes, my brother has always gotten on to me about the idea that there's no point of over-explaining stuff to people because at some point either they will want to reach for that information, in which case you don't have to explain it to them anymore. They'll ask the relevant and pertinent questions, or you are just trying to jam something down their throat that there's no point to it, type deal. So with tendencies that I've got of trying to shy away from conversations, there's still this idea that like someone will pop up and just say the things I need said, so I don't have to. And other than that, literally, if anyone is here that I don't recognize for any reason, or anything goes, I don't see a reason why I wouldn't recognize somebody. It's just a warning that forgetting details or forgetting things, or if I recount the past wrong, I apologize. And that's an I'm sorry thing, where if I say things that are wrong where you can tell that I've said it differently, all I ask is that you not actively try to correct me all the time, because I don't want to accidentally get pushed into a corner where if I have a traumatic flashback on camera, I damn well know I'm getting a community guideline strike and that YouTube is going to have some questions for me. Being on camera is a risk. And finally, there's always the risk that I lose more memories and don't even know it. And in talking to my therapist now and trying to navigate all this, one of the bigger things is going to be that there are some things I feel I've remembered. There's always the chance, and it's a scary proposition, that I will forget and remember again. The way that your brain goes through this would infer that most likely, if that happened to the same memory, I'm not just going to remember that I forgot and, I'm going to forget again and remember it again. Most likely, anything resembling having remembered it in the first place will also come back. It's the terrifying proposition of, what if I forget my dog is dead again and then go back through another traumatic flashback where all 5 of my senses are stuck in the past, reliving every wow, my controller disconnected. It's on the dock charging still. That everything, touch, smell, sight, hearing, smell, taste, everything is intact. If I lose that memory again and then gain it back the same way, it could be bad, and that cycle is something to avoid at pretty much all costs. I don't know if I left anything out, and if anyone wants to ask anything, Spiting the Overlords, thank you.
I got 1. I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5?
Hey,
5 in the
it has
fishnets.
been
5
a
in the
while. I
fishnets.
haven't
Can I get a
been
5
on
in
for
the
almost 2
fishnets?
months.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say.
Wait,
ever.
you sent 2? I haven't been pausing that long. Again? Thank you, Kelsey. I really appreciate that.
I got 1. I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Can I get a 5?
Can I get a 5 in the
I can hear it in
fishnets?
my headphones.
Words I didn't think I'd ever say. Ever. Can I mention ever again?
Holy shit. Somebody wanting to do holy fucking balls a lot. I know who that is. I know who that is, and I want to say something right here, right now. I wish I could immediately say something more, or say to you guys, or say something out loud. I know who did that. I will say that who just did that is a good enough person that in my situation would have done that one way or the other. And I guess the only thing I can really say without doxing people is that like you hear from me later, and I really appreciate it. You can just hear from me later saying it. I know who that was. So, since you guys don't know all of my personal life, which is a nice thing for me to be able to say, it's my ability to say that it is somebody who knows what I'm going through in my situation. There's not many people. It is somebody who actually does know. So, with that said, because I really badly would like to just not cover something like that up, I'm not taking that lightly at all. They'll hear from me later for that one. Not in a bad way. Not like you'll hear from me later. From the family, Olivia. Welcome back. Thank you so much. There's a sound bit. I'm listening. It's been a long time since it's been 2 months since I've heard any sound bits. Like, hold on.
We chose violence.
I forgot.
You guys are
okay.
right here. You're participants because you didn't stop me. I can't. My brain. I did it the other way. Oh. Get it. Fuck you. Fuck off. Suck my left nut. Suck it. Make me come a second time. Suck the right one. Get my juices. It's not my baby. You should have spit. It's not always about the idea of quitting. Suck it hard. Hate that puzzle.
Sending love and support. Be easy on yourself while you get back into the swing of things.
I'm trying. Everyone hashtag anonymous, even though hashtag I don't know what feels more appropriate. I don't know. It seems really that's part of my support system that just did that. So I appreciate that. There's all you guys know that, unless I'm mistaken, please do correct me. All you guys know is the only person that is sometimes in chat that you guys know is actually part of my personal life, and I'm just gonna say it's not them. Is Courtney, right? Courtney's shown up, and I for half of her life I've looked over her. Hey Madonna, hey Olivia, hey Vegeta, Kale. I don't know if I said hi. Madonna, sure, yeah. Ramen. I see that. Patrick, Necro, Shane. I don't know who I didn't say hi to at this point. I'm trying to figure out the only person I've ever really talked to on camera. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Is Courtney, right? Yeah. One of the things I forgot, by the way, is what Courtney's going through. She's going through her own personal problems in her life. I forgot. Like her husband, I forgot him. He kept. I'm glad they helped, Derek. Hey, Indo, what's going on? Someone tell me if there's anyone else I've ever actually. Please tell me I've not actually said anybody else on streams, right? So I didn't just literally out somebody. LJ, I'm so sorry to hear that. I I'm so sorry to hear that. That sucks, and that's not even enough words for that. I'm trying my hand at talking to you guys for the moment, because literally I don't know what to more say. I'm gonna play the game here in a second. I don't know what to more say. Yet, oh, my pet lost his family. My dog was family. I wouldn't wish it. It's been over 2 years. since losing Sheila. Been over 3 years since my cat Kane. My cat died in my arms while having most likely a stroke, and either that or some kind of heart failure that I didn't catch fast enough because my idiot brain saw anything respiratory happening and assumed heart was still going, which it wasn't. Lost one of your chickens. I'm so sorry to know people are going through more loss. It's loss is just not fun. Yeah, don't choke your chickens. I've just recently realized that I might end up getting another animal here soon. Jessica Price, hi there. I don't think I said hi, and thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Tamarian, Facundo, Ellie, Haley, hey, you're back there. Hi there. Balmain, those are some welcome back, big time. Blue Mocha 90, what's going on? You have a new puppy and she's sassy? Yeah, I'm talking to my own therapist about my own needs for talking about. I got really lucky that my dog responded as a dog would to somebody who might have social problems or PTSD. So my dog came from a shelter, and she actually wasn't first pick. I lost out because I was 23, and somebody that was older than me got it because by default, because 25 was some magic age where if it's like a tiebreaker, like the 25 and over gets it, 23 doesn't. I call bullshit. I've been able to, since age 15, confidently say I could be self-sufficient on my own, whatever. Sheila was my second pick. I had her for 14 and a half years. She, I've been through some traumatic things that I'm not going to discuss, but, they came to roost at one point, and she acted just like a medical dog should in that situation. From then on out, she acted like a trained medical dog for someone suffering from CPTSD should. And then somebody who might have been going through social inadequacies from being symptomatic of autism. She responded properly for that. In the dog I helped save that I was calling Hagel because I was tired of saying, hey girl, whose name is actually Reese that I already said, hand hurt, blah, blah, blah. I realized that I'm just fine with having another dog. The problem is, like, I'm somebody that has a certain set of, I hate saying the word special needs because I don't want to downplay anybody else's struggle of having special needs, but I do have things going on. In fact, I will say this for who is here right now, and then I'll get back to, I'll say only one quick thing. The day that I was thinking about like how significant that actually has been in my life, how autism has affected my life and like when it comes to my career and why I might be getting so much anxiety, trying to get back in the office, trying to do normal things, trying to figure out where my personality is shifted and what's shifted. One of the only other people I've ever talked to, and I don't encourage, like, don't promote other channels, but like one of the only other people that was like responded back to me and helped me with my channel just happens to be Sean, also known as Jacksepticeye. And it was there are 3 people in my personal life who got to hear firsthand, like, no, 2 people, because I was about to include my son in that. And my son doesn't know about this. Like, it was very weird seeing that I haven't watched the video of his, but like I went to help for him because I've always kind of more related to his personal struggle with his anxiety, his depression, his everything. Ask him how he gets through doing a job like this. while trying to do all of that, only to just have pop up on my like TV one day of like, okay, one day at a time, relax, and it's like I was diagnosed. If you haven't seen that video, so like I want to reach back out to Sean, literally not as somebody who's like saying like I'm so sorry. I want to. It's one of the only people that actually got back to me in any capacity. One, I need to watch what he posted, but second, like I need more help now. This realizing somebody else is kind of in a position where their job puts them as a public speaker, but he's diagnosed with autism. Like that would be a nice. He would be because yeah. Anyway, no, Sean is he goes by Jacksepticeye. Sean is an amazing person. For my own interactions, like I don't usually give like glowing recommendations or tell like what people's character are or anything, but like Sean is just a guy like that just happens to have a platform that he was able to be with other people that helped him get to where he is. No one gets where you are on their own, specifically other YouTubers and everything. So Sean grew and grew, but then asking him questions early on about his own struggles, what he does, the persona he puts on to try to get through a lot of what he does, and asking how that works, what he does with it, like where did he learn it from, how does he decide what content to do and what not to do, like how do you do an ongoing series. This is way back in the day where Happy Wheels, whatever that was still a thing. So we're talking a long time ago. My interactions with Sean might be limited, but they are still all. Sean is about as genuine as it gets from my limited perspective. Thank you so much, Paralyzed. Paralyzed. Thank you. I'm about to let it play. It was not so like seeing that he's got a video like that. I want to reach out because now is somebody who might be able to be a good guide stone, it feels like. And it does. I don't want it to sound like I'm using somebody. I just want to really emphasize I've had a personality shift that I'm aware of because of what my memory loss and how it's affected things, and having to go back to square one on certain aspects of what I can and can't do, with the idea that this probably has to go back to being a part-time something. And is there anything that would accept someone in my state right now? Even part-time, like, I can't even type at home right now. Like, how did he get over some of it? Because I've got to do this without being able to call my brother. And some of my biggest setbacks are symptomatic of having a certain thing that he was just diagnosed with. So anyway, I will say
I got one. I got three. Can I get a five? Can I get a five? Five in the fishnets.
It has been a while.
Can I
I've
get a five in
been
the
pretty much
fishnets?
gone for 2 months.
Can I get a five in the fishnets? Words I didn't think
I
ever
need to go
say,
back through
ever.
all those videos.
Can I
of
mention
things
ever
the
again?
hospital. I don't remember the second one. All that. Hope you got that coffee. Yes, I do remember because I absolutely did get. I don't really remember. I've been scared to look at those update videos because as soon as I lost my memory, I was scared to look at anything that could remind me and force me into a traumatic flashback. So those update videos are like, those are ticking time bombs. But then again, supposedly my office was a ticking time bomb where I was very highly encouraged to not come back in this office and figure out any other way to try to do my job. And there's more aspects to that, but thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I do. Midnight Wesker, hey there. Yeah, certain needs for me, like, I've realized from me needing a pet, I got really lucky getting a dog that, from a high kill shelter, and they ended up being something that helped with my needs. Now taking care of another dog, it's not my inability or not want to have like a companion or like a pet, and it actually adds structure to my life really, really damn fast. It's that I definitely expect something more out of a pet now because my dog quite literally saved my life in one occasion and gave 14 and a half years of now having to realize, even my therapist said, you had a therapy dog, like you had a medical dog, and you're gonna have issues because of that. So I've been getting recommended videos. I'm sure it's been hard for me to stream, but it's crazy for me to come out playing this VR. Get recommended this. Sony might be tracking. Like, I haven't been posting. I need to. I'm gonna try to. I discussed this earlier. I'm gonna try to talk with my own personal. My support group is very small, but I'll talk with my support group, as I'll call it, to not reveal people. That I'm gonna try to treat this like I used to photography, since my desperation was to go back to not being in front of a camera, which is knowing that my limit for doing stuff like this is probably like it was photography, about 12 hours, and that trying to do like 2 weddings in a weekend, like having to go 24, 36 hours in front of people was so physically, is physically and mentally taxing. And then most people don't realize that the majority of a photographer's work is like the 40 to 60 hours it takes per wedding to edit if you do not outsource and hire another company to help you with editing. 40 to 60 hours per wedding. So it's a lot of damn work. But like, that's, I'm gonna try to treat. Hi, Alyssa. Oh my God, you are. Oh, you just literally said it in that, didn't you? Hey there, and you almost have your 4-year shield. Holy shit, that's a holy shit moment. I forgot I should try to buy a gift card the other day to refill my balance. It didn't work out. Register. It's all right, Rance. Been pretty good, just working a lot. I need to be working a lot more. Thank you for the continued support, Alyssa. I really appreciate it. I really, really do. And you almost have a 4. I haven't redesigned them because no one. I've asked over and over. Do people actually want like a shield that even does more? No. Being able to show 3 and 4 years apparently, like after the stars, is like no. People want that now. Before I start playing the game, I'm literally asking everyone here. I'll try to make it as concise as possible. Is there anything I've thought about the sword and shield? Is there anything that I have not really talked about? Like, I'm gonna say, and soon, an amnesiac plays Amnesia, so I can catch up on Amnesia: The Descent, because I never finished my original playthrough. I would like to go back to finishing playthroughs, and then get on to new games. But this is, I won't say what this is kind of testing of what I can and can't do, but this is a literal time of, if you have a question, ask it, because I've got people looking out for certain comments that might be bad for me, and I've got at the same time something that I won't reveal. That is the reason why I'm trying to see if I can just basically answer simple questions about a subject. And amnesia is one of the things that most people know about it because of, let me check, fiction and television. So I'm willing to try. It's about RE4 remake. Yeah, I can answer that too. I meant more about like literal amnesia, like the stream's titled. Like but I can answer that too. If it's about the guide, I've got my dad's in bad shape. My mom is in bad shape. I don't know about that. You know when Wesker do parry right when he hits the mad chainsaw, when I have to right when I do the chainsaw. Oh, you're asking for having the perfect parries and having to time them correctly. I would have to play to be able to show any of that. If that's what you're asking about, I'll wait for the next one. Do I feel that maybe doing recorded videos instead of live streams could be beneficial for healing process? Possibly. Midnight Wesker, why? It's a finicky input for it. I can't really, unless I'm playing it, kind of describe, and it's been a while since I've played it, so I'd have to jump in the game. I'm sorry, I can't answer that outright. It's been a while. Been a while since I've been playing Resident Evil again. I was just to support group talking about the idea that I should that's your son. The idea would be that if 12 hours is about what I could do as a photographer, then try to see what I can do live streaming, because YouTube really wants me doing that. But that's enough time that if I can get over there. The problem with the camera is that I've always treated the camera like a person. Except for it's not a person, it's 100 people right now. Like, that's called public speaking. That is a learned skill of mine, but that's a skill that I honed, and is quite obvious from me talking with my therapist. That's a skill I honed way more after my brother died. I honed my skill of being able to do that and come out from behind the camera, because this channel was made for my brother and I to be on it together. I'm on it alone. I had to hone a certain skill. Having no solid memory, like, it sounds like I have memories of my brother dying. I have memories of that night. I finally had confirmed for me, like, why I was so antagonistic against April 23rd being on that urn. That has to be wrong. It is wrong. It was April 22nd that everything happened. April 23rd was supposed to be the date of the engagement session for the bride from hell that ruined my career, where she got everyone to change reviews and to say things so they could try a lawsuit that didn't work, but had two of my biggest lead clients platforms kick me off of it. So I went from being one of the biggest photographers in the state of Georgia with some of the most accolades in the Southeast to the next year they won't even talk. These two platforms won't talk to me, and I lost, my leads dried up. It sucked really bad. She thought she was going to get stuff for free. And had other people come at me. I do know bits and pieces. I'm trying to negotiate the idea of, like, since I imagine the camera as a person, can I pull off what I used to as a photographer, but in front of it, where I just dedicate a certain amount of time where I have to be in front of it and just swallow, because as a photographer, you're just told when to show up and where to show up. But I work for myself, so unlike a client for like a bride or whatnot, I show up when I show up. If I were to force myself into certain times, will I react properly? And can I, if I can record like 4 to 6 hours on that computer over there, that's called 3 to 5 static videos while still being able to do one longer stream or 2 shorter streams a week. YouTube would love me for that. So it's trying to. That was your son, Aiden. Have I ever tried small indie horror games? Oh yeah, I've tried a lot of them. Detention was one of the earliest ones I can remember. Soma gets a sequel soon. I guess that's not a small indie game by a lot of people's standards, even though Friction, whatever, got up and going by being small indie. Blah blah blah. I want to go play Soma again. I know that's not a smart thing to do. I played that game with black hair, which means Nathan was actually alive, for sure. But yeah, trying to figure out ways of getting around this. I also was trying to figure out how to just be a part-time seasonal worker, just to make ends meet. And honestly, I'm looking for just normal work. And trust me, I did not forget about being a nurse. Yeah, Soma has a sequel. I own Lies of P. There are a few games where I'm regretting not putting who sent me the game inside of it, or that it got separated. Like, I own Lies of P. I don't know where it came from. I own it. I haven't done it yet. I like story-based games. I because of the guides, you see me playing Resident Evil, especially when doing something like this. But like, we can go through the lore of Resident Evil easy, because I'm much more interested in things that they did for story than they, a lot of what people. Like, it's not the same kind of vibe from me type. It's hard to describe. Hey, Aiden, what's going on? Thank you so much, Paralyzed Power.
I got 1. I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5?
Your son,
5 in the
Aiden?
fishnets.
What's going
5
on,
in the
Aiden?
fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Oh, and go to bed.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
Listen, Aiden, don't make me meet you on the other camera where I'm full screen. You gotta go to bed. But I did appreciate the question. I'll try to figure out the Resident Evil 4 thing at some other time. But go to bed. Yeah, I'll have to play ads here soon. Um, maybe make a facade of a person. You're actually getting to something I've thought about. Something I want to talk to Sean about. Sean has to do that. Well, welcome back to the family. Loopy Tomb, what's going on? Thank you for the continued support. Is that a welcome back? Or is that just it pops up the same on my side, and I hate that. Whether somebody is like showing how long they've been supporting or it's a welcome back. Either way, thank you for the continued support. I really do appreciate it. I really, really do. I want to talk to Sean about that because that's literally how it seems like he's gotten around some of his problems. In fact, that's the first piece of advice he got. I don't like the idea of putting up a facade and a fake person to make things with because that's never been who I am. Like I've inferred, I'm symptomatic of something that really kind of handicaps a few social things for me. And for me to be where I am now, they are learned actions. Some of those learned actions are the reason why it seems like people say that you look so genuine and this and the other. All you're seeing is the idea of I don't know how to not be that way because I never. It's all learned. Does that make sense? Like I could learn to have a facade as well, I guess, but like it's already taken me 20 years to get this far. And I just got some of my progress reset type deal. So how much further is it gonna take? Like, oh. Angie. I don't know if having a persona would work for me. I thought about it. I'm not going to finish out Silent Hill 2 like that. But the idea of something that's like, Steve, thank you so. Oh. Steve is the name of somebody that was lost very recently, and that just made me hurt badly. Because for a second I was like, I thought Steve actually was like, don't. Thank you so much, Steve. Wait.
Thank you for the tip. Luckily I'm not a female, so I don't mind just the tip.
Good to see you back, brother. Stay safe and positive.
I'm trying my best. Thank you. Is everyone hashtag Steve? Yeah, Steve died the day before my brother's birthday. I should actually say that one. Thank you so much, Steve. I appreciate it. Hi, Graham. Thank you for continued support. You're getting towards 4 years. Brain not be braining right now, but yay to my 3.5 shield. Yeah, but I mean, like, you only got 4 months. That's like 3.6 repeating, isn't it? You're getting there. Hey, Manson old boy, what's going on? Wait. I said what I said. Oh God. Yeah, YouTube gods might be angry. Part of one of the reasons that I also have solidified, I know in my head, like my brother has to be gone. It was like in forgetting some of what happened leading up to Steve's death and all of that, and that he was actually gone. Steve was my ex-father-in-law. Steve died the day before my brother's birthday. His viewing was on my brother's birthday. His funeral was on the day after my brother's birthday. In having one of those traumatic flashbacks where I would sing this screaming, there's an event inside of that time that I wish didn't happen. But also the idea that he died. It's very hard to describe that I quickly relived a long expanse of time in a very short amount of time. But I did not call my brother on his birthday. That's impossible. Like I did not call my brother on his birthday. So 42 months is so long. You got the 4-year shield just sitting there. Yeah, I don't know if making a persona would work. I'm right now just testing things out by trying to talk to you guys for a few and seeing like the feeling of being jittery and oh, I have my freedom, by the way. Last time you guys saw me, I wasn't a free person. We've talked about that on this channel, right? That I'm not, by the state of Georgia, I technically wasn't a free person. I haven't been on camera since being free, have I? It's been over a month. I've talked on camera. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I should have actually talked about that. Yeah, I'm free. Thank you for the continued support. 67. That's a flex and a half. I'd like the sword for like 6 years would be if they add for me to extend it, like it's gonna be swords. Do know that my brother's tattoo for us together, the reason I shied away for a sword just once is because my idea was that my brother's tattoo, and part of me wants to say, and I need to ask his permission, but in reality, I do have a design for what 5 and 6 years would be, which would be the tattoo for my brother and I. My brother got a tattoo on his shoulder after, like, there were scars on my body that reminded him of something he had to do to save my life. Long story short, he felt bad after all of that. He got a tattoo on his shoulder. It was a sword wrapped in a rose. Now, he said it stood for brotherly love. Even my parents assumed at first that you know, the brotherly love was my brother being the bigger, like the stronger, the more outgoing one. He's the sword. And I'm like this rose because, you know, the rose, he had it like my birthstone amethyst. It was purple. And, you know, I even had to ask him, why'd you do purple? And he was like, I almost said the nickname. I will never tell you guys. Thank you for the continued support, Patrick. Thank you. It's freedom. Yeah, I have freedom. We're going to come back to that. And so, one of the things I'm thinking about doing is actually taking his tattoo and making it into 5 and 6 years if they just give it to me, which is the stages he had the tattoo made in, which would be the outline of the sword and the rose and then colored in. For those who didn't actually, or for everyone else who assumed wrong that my brother got it as brotherly love and he's like the sword and I'm the rose. No. Nathan said it's better to be pricked by a rose than struck by the sword type deal. I was the sword. I was the one that needed a sheath. My natural instinct when I was younger was to protect my brother and to survive bad gang streets that we wouldn't join a gang in. But we were highly pressured and had bad circumstances thrown our way. I was the one that would quickly resort to like what I call chaos mode that has followed me my entire life. And I don't know how to describe it to people. I don't think I ever will know how to describe it completely. I've sometimes described it as kind of like living inside of a giant's dream, but I've also described dissociation that way. For me, it's this mode where the idea of right and wrong is still there, but the idea of like all these things that wouldn't let me just make binary choices and get things finished and get from point A to point B, that nice golden line of point A to point B that everyone tries to wreck by like making detours and everything. Once you find that shimmering line between point A and point B, it feels like in that mode of mine, like some morality can throw out the window, some of those other things. But once I kind of come back from it, what I could have done to get to it, even if it was justified, has always gotten to me. Case in point, I'm still the little kid I was. If I ever have to hurt another human being again, I'm still going to be devastated because I will still end up crying to somebody. Why did it have to come to this? And to be quite frank, there have been 2 encounters where, yeah, I got my ass half handed to me. The most recent one, you guys knew about QT. I wouldn't kill, but it got me a kidney injury for that one. But he knew where my son lived, and I was just trying to help. After a stream here, I don't know how to explain it, but I've had it ever since I was younger. My brother didn't. My brother was always scared for me on that front, that if I got stuck in that mode, it's not that I'm a violent person, it's just that kids are chasing you. Kids have weapons. You're outnumbered. Kids caught up. Your brother stopped to defend you. He's going to get hurt. You cannot win a lopsided fight like that. You need to run or do something. If you do something, you're the weak sibling. What do? Little kid logic. They can't run at you if their legs don't work. Smash into their knee as hard as you can. Do you throw your body at your shoulder? Do you throw your legs at your feet? For me, even from a young age, the idea of that was just something, because my earliest memory is that I had to kill my biological father. That's never a good thing. But that chaos mode of mine is what he was symbolizing in brotherly love, that I was the sword that needed a sheath. It's really hard for me to think that Nathan truly is dead, even though I know I must have told you guys multiple times, and I've got multiple thumbnails saying that we've talked about my brother being dead, so I know it's true. Thank you for the continued support, Madonna. Thank you for being there. The idea that I should have put on a playlist. I literally have a button I could have hit a playlist with just ambient songs in the background that are all royalty free. Why the fuck I did not do that? Good background music, and I didn't use it. I'm rusty. Got all this stuff signed up for you guys. Because it was so easy for me to slip into that mode, my brother was scared that I had to get therapy and help, because if that ever went outside of where it's supposed to be, what would that mean for me? That's the exact reason why he believes I shouldn't learn how to be angry. I should just accept that when things happen to me, I'll internalize and become sad and figure out a way. But like, he doesn't want me to be depressed, but he doesn't want me to accidentally have chaos mode plus anger equal something really bad. I know that's been kind of the basis for what he believes, what would be best for me. And my brother has rarely been wrong with helping me out for my entire life. So it's like, I want the 5 and 6 years to be like the sword and the rose uncolored, and then the sword and rose colored. Yeah, I was the sword in the brotherly love. I was the one that could be dangerous. Now back to freedom, other than other things. Mike, the sword is quick to battle and the rose is subtle if not handled carefully. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to gather from that. Yeah, the idea was that before getting to me, he was actually my shield by being my sheath. He was the sheath that kept me okay and in check. That by wrapping somebody like me up that could be in that mode and do what needed to be done, don't make me do it in the first place. That he could be the one to step in and try to stop it from going that far until I could learn how to handle it. Spoiler alert, I never learned how to properly handle it until I was much older, because I had tragedies happen, and then I made decisions based on tragedies because I thought that is a mode I could live in, operate in, and make a career out of. That didn't work out. But yes, the idea was that to approach him and I together, you'd rather be pricked by the rose, the thorns. Better to be pricked by the thorn than cut by the sword. You didn't want to get to me. Not because I'm some monstrous person, just because when it becomes especially a physical threat, I become very binary, where it's like, okay, do they have, like, and I'm sorry if this is too much for anybody, like, do they need to die for this to be resolved? If yes, how so? If no, what measures do you go to so that they can survive? And also, everyone that you will protect is safe. Like, it becomes this very binary, quick decisions for me. Yeah, he was very scared that if I slipped into it, if I was forced. And once again, we lived on Gang Street, so I was forced into it way too often. And so he was very scared that it would become, like, perfunctory to me. Like, my go-to reaction would eventually become first violence and talk. Quite the opposite happened. I'm someone who, as shy as I might be, I'm still first talk. And then only violence if have to be. I'll happily cancel any streaming platform before they say it. Patrick, I appreciate that sentiment. Yeah, you helped. We got to donate to people because these mics. I have kept Ethan alive for almost 3 hours without a single death. That is, I wish that were a record. Yeah, I'm free. So for those that I can just sum it up now, I'm not this in getting answers from the state of Georgia. You know what the most frustrating thing is after 10 years? Them saying I never lost any of my freedoms. So there's nothing really for me to have restored. What I heard from lawyers was way different, and how I was treated is way different. To be honest, I hope it doesn't bother any of you guys going in the future here that as of late, for me to be comfortable and try to see it a little bit from my perspective, the way I was when my son was born, the way I believed I need to be for being in Southern Georgia, the fact that I actually had to step in and intervene more times than I wish I did, and the idea that I'm struggling with my brother's, whether he's alive or not, my brother's death, I'm struggling with that, means that for me to even be comfortable, I debated what I even wore into the office. So like I've got this, I'm one of these people, like I got the key ring, like it's like you got the, I can take things off a bit, but nah, I ain't. Like the best you're gonna get from me is like one of those key sheaths so they don't jingle around. And the D ring on like this Black Hawk belt is where they hang from. I always have like a D ring on all of my belts or something. That's normal. Like I just, that's just how it be. But to try to get into this room to be with you guys, I'm going to stand up and show you guys something, and then I'm going to really hope that none of you guys get scared away. Oh my God. Thank you, everyone. Got to sneak out early. Love you all. Thank you so much. Wait. I'm so glad you stopped by. I didn't know you were here. Thank you for being here. I know who that is. Thank you. I really appreciate. All
right, hold on. I got an idea. Hear me out. I got an idea. Hear me out. What if? Hear me out. What? Oh my God! Ah!
I really thank you. I was so confident.
Gotta sneak out early. Love you all.
Thank you so much, everyone. Hashtag everyone over there. So freedom. Yeah, for 10 years, you're about to see where cognitive dissonance comes in at its finest, trying to talk about this. I know what happened. And I know the timeline. I know where I am in time and space. So this is very weird to try to talk about. For those of you that don't know, I was once married, and I had issues. And one of them was that my brother was told after like a surgery or two that, you know, he would live to at least 40 years old, but nothing after that's guaranteed. Like his lifespan had been dramatically shortened by his pituitary being swallowed by a tumor. So acromegalia setting in, and you know, gigantis. What do people call it now? Basically, when you have unchecked growth, and you know HGH starts flooding back into your body, things like that. It make tissues, organs grow, things inside. I mean, people who are usually really tall die from heart failure for a reason. And the reason is that their heart, usually they have this same condition, and their heart gets too big for the chest cavity, and it's not good. That it's not conducive to life. Well, back then, you know, and I'm not going to throw the blame all on my ex, even though it's really easy to try to do something like that. I'll just say that between my ex's concerns about our situation, between my concerns about my parents' situation, even back then, 10 years ago, and my concerns about my brother and getting him specialized care, I did something that, now that it's all over, can say is technically not illegal. Really got to emphasize that one. Quite literally is not actually illegal. So I got to get that out of the way. Because it's been something that's frustrated me for so long, but now state of Georgia can go fuck right off. It's not illegal. What I did was I went to my insurance companies, and that camera is still not functional for shooting weddings. The one that I shoot SAG videos on, that Canon 5D Mark III, it is still borked. I can get it going for, recording, but that's not a video camera meant for recording like I do. It's used that way because the only way to actually use it is that you need a third party or a Canon grip on it, a battery grip that usually extends the life of how long it goes, because instead of actually switching out batteries, you got 2 batteries in the bay and you have a vertical grip. So you got something more like from their like vaunted 1DX line, or the instead of the 5D, the 1D line, where it's nature photography, it's weather sealed, it's all this other stuff, blah blah blah. That camera is actually still broken, and it's one of the things I claimed to try. And my insurance company, I had 2 policies, and they didn't mind the idea of claiming parts, and then whatever parts I didn't have fixed under one policy fixed under the other. My primary policy went ahead and was like, pro photographers need to be back on their job, and so they would usually have you send in gear or have you go to someone reputable and have it fixed. And if you couldn't have it fixed to your satisfaction or their satisfaction, they wanted you to, they'd end up wanting you to send your gear to them or to a dealer, and then they'd say, what is the now price of your gear? So the only reason I even have a 5D Mark III is because one of my cameras got broke at a wedding. I called my insurance being like, I don't know if this is covered. And trying to figure out if it was covered, they were like, oh yeah, sure, that's covered. So there's 2 insurance policies. I called the first one that wasn't part of another program I'm with just from being a photographer, like a real deal. So they said, what's the value of replacement? I said, well, if you buy it used, you can find it for this and whatnot. They're like, no. You did buy this camera new. I was like, well, yes, I did, but now it needs repairs. They're like, are the repairs extensive? They got me to get a quote. When I came back with the quote, they're like, no, what's the price for the actual like now equivalent? And I was shooting with a 5D Mark II, and I was like, they don't sell those new. It's now the 5D Mark III, and it's like a few $1,000s. And they're like, okay, yeah, just go ahead and go ahead and get that. It's like, I'm sorry. It's like, yeah, our policy is that you go ahead, you purchase it, you give us the receipt. But like, we give you the money like tonight, basically. We'll send you a check. You go off and you give us the exact dollar amount as if you're at checkout. Go buy it, send us back the proof of purchase. We call it even, send back the camera. And it's like, are you kidding? Like, I had really good insurance for my company. I was like, I'm happy that happened. Well, my brother needed medical treatment. The last surgery didn't go very well. Things were spiraling out of control. And so I made a decision. Let me tell you that had it gone through, it's illegal, but what I did was not. I nickel and dimed all of my gear for all of like every scratch, every single thing that could possibly be covered. And if one company didn't want to cover it, it was looking at the other company to see if they would cover it. And I submitted a claim because that camera was broken. I had a lens broken. I had a few things that were broken at that time, and I was just making do because I didn't have time for all this shit kind of deal. Like, just if your gear that you got will work well enough, like you got shit to do. You don't have time to deal with like. It sounds weird saying you don't have time to deal with fixing it, but a half working camera is better than not having a camera when you're at a wedding and you need 2 cameras. I hope that makes sense to people who have been in high stress jobs where you need the tools, where like, it's kind of like being a construction worker, having a hammer, but it doesn't have a claw on the back of it. Yeah, you can still make it work. It's not going to have as much weight. It's not going to have the ability to pull a nail back out, but like you can get some things pounded in and get some work done. There's special hammers made for it, whatever. I nickel and dime for a claim saying that that's what I need, knowing that they would actually pay cash for me to go and get it. And I had to turn things over, and that they'd pay cash for repairs. And the idea was send my brother first for medical treatment and then work my ass off really, really, really fast and fix it all myself. So it all works out in the wash type deal. Well, I found that to, thank you, Infamous. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I found that to be unsavory, really honestly, for only one reason. My brother is, while he says I'm smarter than the two of us, only my medical knowledge has ever outstripped his. I now know that because in trying to fight with whether my brother is alive or dead, my brother's had to borrow the words of other people more medically sound, and I hallucinate his voice saying them when I know he never said it. Most of the hallucinations I have of my brother and his voice are things he actually did say in the past. So, infamous or I'm famous. It's one of the two. I'll unpause that in just a sec. So, what I did was I nickel and dime basically everything. That is, once again, while being nitpicky, they have every right to deny my insurance claim, right? Or to ask for follow-up anything. They have every right to do that. Well, knowing that the only person that seems to have outsmarted me for the majority of my life is my brother, I realized one very important thing. My brother was not telling my mom and dad one important fact. He had just received news that he has, a limited lifespan now left, maximum 5 years, which is why my brother could not possibly, if I am 38, be alive. Because, he told me that when he was in his 20s. So 29 at the end of your plus 5 still does not equal 40. That sent me into a panic mode of nickel and diming and trying to get him the best care, because we looked for any free place to help get him better care, because he could have lived. He could have, if doctors had done their jobs early on, if he had not been denied, if he had been not accused of drug seeking, there's a lot of things that if they did not happen, this wouldn't be an issue. But it came down to I was the only one in a position to possibly be able to get him into any specialty, anything, and possibly keep living. My brother specifically didn't tell my parents he was dying faster, so they wouldn't do something like that, because my brother said that after he's dead and gone, the debts that would be left behind from people thinking that they're keeping something around that will never be what it was is not worth keeping it around. He continuously said that he doesn't have the body he has anymore. The acromegaly has ruined him. He'll never have the ankles. He'll never be able to run like he used to. He'll never be physically the person. He might mentally, but he's always going to have a life of pain. His hip is always going to be at risk for displacing. He's going to have hip replacement. His ankles are going to need surgery. His wrist will eventually need surgery. He'll need consistent surgeries over all of this. So one, it was selfish for me to try to even help him, knowing that his wish was for me to just keep quiet and be his brother and his confidant. But on the other hand, that's my brother. So I'm going to fucking do something. And then I forgot that it's my brother, and I keep saying it's my brother, and he absolutely oh, that's my son trying to call me right now. Probably say goodnight. I hope he's not freaked out. He hasn't seen me in the office, and I think my son's worried about me doing this too. Not quite sure. Hold on. He commemorated that I actually was able to get back in the office by taking a FaceTime screenshot. So he FaceTimed. Thank you, Alyssa. I really appreciate... Oh, 69 is there. I'm going to play all of that. I'm going to finish the sentence, and I'm going to play all of that. Thank you so much. So, Alyssa... Oh, God. Best. I see the message with it. So... a nickel and dime, and then I realized that was my son's sick of night. He's got an orchestra concert tomorrow, so yay, his first orchestra concert. Dad has his violin back, needs to practice with his son more. I'm not actually, I'm more like at what the level of playing I was at when I was in 7th or 8th grade myself right now. But I'm sure with a little bit of practice with the metronome and so me doing my scales like I used to do in my sleep, I'll be fine because I can still read music way better than I thought I could. So, thank you so much. I'll play that in. So I submitted the claim, and then I realized my brother was going to figure out where the hell did you get the money from, because my brother was dead set on the idea of he was not going to leave this world indebting people for him to try to live. In realizing, so, I mean, I have to be completely honest. I'm not sympathetic about the idea that I tried to save my brother's life. I'm only sympathetic on the method for which I tried to do so. I'm not sympathetic at all that the world put a price over my brother's head of, this is how much it costs for you to continue living with proper care. And that it came down to me to know that, oh, and without that proper care, everyone thinks he's going to live like 12 more years or so. Fuck that noise. He's dying in 5 or less. After he told me he lived a total of 3.5 years to what that box says in my living room. So he's definitely dead. I nickel and dimed, but then when I realized my brother could always reject medical care, you see, I'm not really remorseful for the idea that I tried to leverage my gear, and then my intention was just to work my ass off. I was also, back then, I worked as an armor and for a local shop, and I did a lot of the work for a shop that I just won't name right now. I lived in South Georgia. I picked up a lodge. I worked as quite a few things. God, I've worked at so many different things. And so I just wanted to work really fast. When I realized he could, just reject care, I went to the police and immediately went to the police saying, okay, here's the deal. I submitted an insurance claim that is, like, I wouldn't say exaggerated, but like it definitely is way more than it has to be. How do I make sure that I do everything to a T legally to stop this? That's what I went to the police about. By the time I left, they were laughing at me when I was asking, am I going to be arrested for this? Because it was an honest question. And they're laughing at me saying, of course you are. Because for me, I thought I was not allowed to be honest teach my son honesty and pretend like facing up to my reality of what I was in would be hard. So I wanted to do it the right way. My brother calls me a dumbass for that one. He said I should have just lied. And I said, but no, I felt like I lied in the first place. I didn't want to lie and compound it. Well, they took every claim that I had ever actually made for my gear, including the idea of, they said, don't like get the Mark II fixed, just get a Mark III, send the Mark II back. They said every claim I must have made at any time would have now been fraudulent. So no, I didn't technically do anything illegal. Just by admitting, though, to the police that I didn't know what to do and how to change a claim from nickel and diming for everything to be pristine, but I had every intention of like using that money up front that they sent to get my brother help, and then working my ass off to now have money to fix the same gear that I just claimed and send them the receipts like they want. I was going to try to do it as like, get my brother help, like take extra jobs, do whatever I have to do, but my brother needs help now. And instead they took everything from my past and said, well, you must have been a liar unless you can prove otherwise for each one of these. One of the only ones I could prove was when my truck got broken into, and the engagement session, the couple, I'm sad that they got a divorce now. But because it's one of the coolest shoots I've done. They both wrote on my behalf, notarized and everything. Yeah, we were down by the lake. We saw people near the truck. We didn't think too much of it. Everything that we had, most of the gear was down with us when we returned to it. The lock was busted on my truck. Gear was missing. Like, they excused that one, but unless I had like an eyewitness or someone willing to come forward, not only did they charge me and say that it was a felony fraud count for me ever getting help, because now every claim I had made, they said, was now fraudulent. Not the one I asked to get fixed. They said every claim I ever made, unless I have somebody backing me. I had very few times where, like, when I wrote to one bride being like, I dropped my 50 millimeter at your wedding. Can you write a letter? They didn't. So that one being fixed came back to me. Then, the hurt that a company goes through, restitution. I owed them restitution on top of the money they had ever used to pay for any of my gear. Because companies are people too, and so they need like compensation above anything you would have. They tried to slam me with almost $100,000 of what I owed them, which is stupid. Once again, I actually did nothing illegal. Now that I'm out from under all this, I didn't do anything illegal. I didn't ever get the money. I tried to go there and stop it. Now, given, I will freely admit, it wasn't out of like sympathy for the companies. It was my brother was not going to take this money, and saving his life was not going to work this way. I wasn't going to let money stand in between me and saving my brother's life type deal. But I had every intention on fixing every single piece of gear. It's just like money up front, okay, goes to him. Working side jobs goes to gear. Send them receipts, everything's good. 10 years. That's what the state of Georgia. There is a man in front of me in that same courthouse that had stolen diamonds from the mall in southern Georgia where I live. He got probation, was asked to return the diamonds and got a $1,000 fee. And I think they ended up knocking it down from a felony to a misdemeanor. That is grand larceny. That is actual theft. The only difference was that that person had a good lawyer and they were light skinned. Sorry, but we're talking about South Georgia. Racist as hell. The judge that presided over me is known for being a bigoted, racist asshole. And now that I'm free from that judge, I can say that because, yeah, have him come try to stop me. This judge had intimidated so many different people in southern Georgia that even my lawyer that I hired, who was also darker of skin in complexion and female, basically threw me under the bus just so she wasn't on his bad side while still being my lawyer. So, like, I watched this shit happen in front of me, thinking, like, when's my lawyer going to stand up to, like, help me talk to a judge about this? And instead, like, I get slammed with thing after thing after thing, where the only thing I could do is, plead with my first offender, that I've never done anything wrong. So I have first offender under my belt. Most times you hear first offender being used or second chance laws for people who have, like, involuntary vehicular manslaughter. They hit somebody. It is technically manslaughter, but should you really hold somebody it over their head for a true blue accident where someone dies? A lot of people and states agree that no, you shouldn't. They shouldn't have to live like a felon for something they already are going to honestly feel awful about their entire life that this happened. Even if they're the one behind the wheel, there's many times where manslaughter will be levied, third degree manslaughter, vehicular manslaughter, even when, like, it's not really their fault. They died in a crosswalk, but the person shouldn't have been in the crosswalk. But you always have to yield to someone in the crosswalk, but the light's green type deal. So who does it go to? You could be charged still. That kind of deal. That's what most people... The deal with first offender, though, is that if you don't do the agreement in first offender, you might as well have just pled guilty. So I was stuck in a position where all of a sudden I had to either plead guilty to 2 felony counts of insurance fraud and 2 other charges that they tried to stick on it because no police officer would stick up for me. So when my car got broken into again, and I asked them, please fingerprint it, put it on record, do something. They're in the trunk. They said most of the time we can't pull anything off. I said, can you at least try? They said no. That got held against me. Who could have actually stood up for me? A police officer. Who didn't stand up for me? I tracked them down and asked them, do you remember this? And they said, to my recollection, I believe I came and met you in the parking lot and didn't think so. They would not admit anything. That would have saved me restitution in around, I don't know, the number of like $8,000. If you don't do the what's ever set out in first offender, your punishment at the end for not fulfilling everything, including the money they levy against you, is worse than if you just pled guilty. I didn't know that. I didn't know everything gets a lot worse if you don't just plead guilty. That honestly, all this could have been put behind me, and a lot of things that they charge of restitution could have been lowered if I just showed sympathy, pled guilty, let it last on average what was going to 3 years. 5 years later, asked for my record to be cleaned off, that I'm a felon that has the rights back type deal, and lead my life normal. I get 2 years of my life back. No, I have to have the stress of going through all of this. I was going to show my worth to the state of Georgia by being a nurse. Laws enacted by Biden allowed certain people to be nurses on the floor because of the pandemic that spread around and whatnot. For those of you that know, I'm trying to become a nurse. I'm studying my ass off, and now I have to be accepted into programs. For those of you who also know, from years ago, I wanted to have 5 bachelor's degrees by the time I was 40. And I know Jeffrey's one of the people I know because he said it's just a piece of paper on the wall. And I said, yeah, but it's proof to those who would like to doubt that at least I have self-confidence. I have a piece of paper that says I self-study, I've got something. This certain college that I'm still trying to work through wanted me to kind of be a bit of a poster child type deal of like, oh yeah, like this person is able to test out of all these classes, take these certain things, we can give them the degrees, and this is what your tenacity will get you. Like they were agreeing to do a lot of things to help me out, and then they turned their back on me. And then I got, long story short, I got messages from them that had the words moral turpitude, and therefore I would not be let into the nursing program. Even that no matter what I did at this moment, I wouldn't. And I actually had to look up the word turpitude. Moral wickedness. That, unbeknownst to me, that there is a way to seal the arrest that could have been done when I was arraigned and I was having to plead first offender. My lawyer didn't do that, nor do I remember being given a chance to even be able to give any of that over. So, unbeknownst to me, this whole time, when I have been applying for jobs to work something other than YouTube and been told overqualified everything, they can actually still see, even though Georgia allows you to seal your record beforehand so that the charges that you're charged with are not held against you for prospective being able to get a job and pay off restitution like they ask, they weren't sealed properly. So the average Joe could do a background check and see I was charged with 2 felonies that should have 10 years. So not only could they see it, apparently the program and the college decided to go check into it too and said moral turpitude. I got that. It was like April 17th, I think. April 16th, April 17th. I remember a specific day because I called my dad in tears saying, how do I tell my son I'm going to go to jail? Because there was no physical way that I was going to pay back all that money. I paid a lot, but there's no physical way I was going to finish paying it off. Like, I could have come and pled to you guys of saying, like, we have to do fundraiser after fundraiser. But what would I plead to you guys about? About the idea that that you're helping somebody that you have to believe whether they're actually an upstanding good person or not. You have to buy into whether they've been honest. You have to buy into, or do you believe like what the state says? And do you believe that, you know, I even know now that my current employer here on YouTube, they're allowed to use that against me. I have to definitely tell them that that's all over now. But there are a few things even in this job that make a lot more sense if you put in perspective. There are certain things that people can do if they know you were ever charged, even if it was supposed to be sealed, when you appeared in front of the judge. None of that was filed properly. For 10 years, for 9 of those years, was it 9 of those years? 8, 9? I did not know if people could see that. So I had no idea why I was getting rejected from jobs that I'm perfectly qualified for. That was my last straw. The idea that Biden cut the relief efforts for getting nurses on the floor. So me going ahead and passing NCLEX and having 6 months to get into an accredited program so that I could then be a licensed nurse, you could run it backwards. If you could pass the NCLEX, get into an accredited program, it's one of the ways that you could actually get into it. But when it was downgraded from a pandemic to an endemic, so were these stipulations that let you become a nurse, get on the floor, get experience, and be helpful. So I needed to actually be a part of an accredited program to even, test out being an LPN. And I thought being useful to the state of Georgia not only brings me a bigger paycheck that I can pay off the rest of it for, but they're not going to lock up and throw these heavy things at somebody and like throw the book. I'm finding out that for first offender, they're going to take the 2 charges instead of consecutive. They're going to make them instead of concurrent. They're going to make them consecutive, and they're going to span it out of imprisoning me for 10 years. And Georgia has slave labor laws on the books. So they can hire me out to whatever company, take their cut, and from then on out in the system, I can't get back out of it by paying restitution because they don't have to pay me based on my charges. So if I fail it, basically, quite literally, I become a slave, where the highest bidding company gets not only the federal stipend for hiring a felon and whatnot, but my pay goes toward not just not restitution, goes to the state of Georgia for being a part of a program that, you know, technically in the Constitution, if you can be charged with a felony, you technically can be a slave. But slave language in the laws have usually been written out of all but like now just less than 20 states. 2020, there's a big push to write it out. For more states got rid of it, but they could literally auction me off. Go look up how fucked up some things can be. Yes, literal slave. It's no joke. You can use the word SLAVE. It is what I would be. Realizing that was the outcome, and I was gonna have to ask a group of people to side with something. I didn't want to be a burden, and the part of me that still believes that yes, I did something wrong, and if this is what I have to pay for, then so be it. There's no way I could finish paying off restitution. Knowing that was coming up, when I saw moral turpitude was there, and thinking that the state of Georgia surely won't send me right to prison for not finishing out first offender with all clauses. They'll give me a chance if they see I'm on the floor being a nurse or in a nursing program, right? They'll do that, right? But when the nursing program rejects you because they can see something they shouldn't, I called my dad to ask him, how do I tell my son that I'm going away? I called my dad simply for that. My dad informed me that for 9 years he had a plan in place for how to save me if it came to it. I'm not going to go into the specifics of that, but one day we need, like, the fundraiser does need to be for my parents. My parents deserve more. I need to get financial footing back because I don't even have enough money for anything right now because I haven't been working. But my parents deserve way more than what they've gotten. I've got my dad's VA papers. At least the government acknowledges he's a veteran, after they so many times threatened that he could never claim VA benefits for Vietnam because he had asthma. Fucking bullshit. I have his VA papers. I have his papers. I've got his DDs and everything. I've got everything needed to be able to try to give him more services. One day we got it. My dad is the person that deserves all the help. He was just like, no, I wasn't gonna, like, he didn't want to interfere with my pride. But like that day, he's like, you're not saying goodbye to your son. You're staying free. And so he put stuff into place. I was just like, I don't know how. They have no means. They're living in squalor. I feel horrible for how they're having to live right now. And I just took my dad to the doctor today. In 11 hours, my mom has a doctor's appointment that I need to go an hour back over from, Cobb to Gwinnett, go get my mom, take her to the doctor, take her back to her house, come back on over here. And then my son has his first orchestra recital. So my dad went to the doctor today. My mom goes to the doctor tomorrow. He didn't let his son go to jail. Given that with Nathan being dead, I am the last of his 4 children here, because his 2 oldest are assholes that he did everything for. They didn't appreciate, and they sided with his mom and disowned him. That's why I try to tell people, as much as I try to raise my son, he can one day disown me. My dad refused. I called my dad asking for how do I tell my son that he, where they were going to lock me up is the most, Lowndes County jail, where they wanted to first put me. I don't know if you can Google it and if it's still the most dangerous jail in North America. God, I thought it was just the United States for a little while. And then I realized it had the title of most dangerous jail in North America. And I know why, because I was incarcerated there for 3 days. 2 days? 3 days while they're arraignment and all that stuff. For things that, once again, were not illegal. Or I tried to do the right thing and got punished for that. My dad stepped forward and put into motion a plan of his to make sure that they got what they wanted and we didn't have to worry about it. Did it put my dad at a disadvantage? Yeah. Did it mean that my brother specifically asked for no one to help pay for him to survive, yet my dad immediately had a plan of helping to pay for me to survive, which is going against exactly what Nathan asked for? Yeah. Does it mean I'm free? Yes, it does, actually. And so now that it's all over, I'm free to say, fuck you, state of Georgia. That's my freedom of speech, and you can't trample all over it. Fuck you and your stupid ass laws that allow you to treat people like me like a literal slave if we don't bend over backwards to companies that do not deserve sympathy or anything. It was a company that, it was not the company's fault. It was the state of Georgia that said I had to go through that. The state of Georgia made the decision, not the company. And I have to really remind myself and other people of what I've been through of that. The state of Georgia decided that this is how I need to be punished. The state of Georgia decided that the 2 insurance companies deserved all their money back, plus extra in restitution in, because of compensation for what they've been through, because the companies are treated like people. State of Georgia decided all that shit. I had to try to argue with the state of Georgia. My dad turned a conversation of how do I tell my son in half a year that his dad, that, you know, how do I tell Rowan in half a year that I failed and I'm going to jail? My dad turned it into, you're not fucking going to jail. I just didn't want to hurt your pride. So I've got something. Are my parents now in more financial straits because of that? Yeah. Yeah. My dad says I'm paying everything back by getting into the doctor, sorting their pills, doing all those things. But come November, depending on who you ask, 5th or 6th, I was officially finally freed from all of it. All conditions had been met, including the money they wanted, which still in total was over $60,000. With all conditions met, a lawyer told me to go get my weapons license. In the state of Georgia a few years back, they passed a law saying you don't have to have a weapons license. If you're eligible for one, you can have one. You can carry a weapon on you however you want to. Literally being eligible for a weapons license means that you can carry open carry, concealed carry. Doesn't matter. Some cops can take issue with it, but in front of a judge, they're not supposed to, because I think it was a 2017 law. It's kind of a stupid law, because I think we should all agree that if you're going to carry a weapon, not only should you have a license to do so, you should have to prove proficiency. Just like when you get a driver's license, you have to take a test to show you can operate a car. It should be the same, but it's not. But I was told by a lawyer, just in case the Georgia data bank and the federal data bank were at all had any discrepancies, go get my weapons license, because Georgia will ping on a federal level. And on a federal level, if anything is wrong, they'll ask the state which levied any charge or arrest or anything what the discrepancy is. But in essence, it would force, you know, on a federal level for them to ping back to the state and ask what's going on, in which the state has to say, no, they're free and clear. They use the first offender. They're actually a free person without any of their rights lost. And then, which based on a federal level, they would update anything that might take, instead, a lawyer said, for the cost of your weapons license, you could spend thousands of dollars to make sure these same records are updated using a lawyer. And I was like, I'll spend the $75. I have paperwork that says officially on the 14th, both federally and statewide, I'm 100% free. I say all that because, yes, it is no longer, other than trying to treat my parents the way they deserve to be treated for saving their son from something that I had resigned myself of. I did something technically I believed wrong, because my dad doesn't believe I did anything wrong. My mom doesn't believe I did anything wrong. My brother doesn't believe I did anything wrong. I didn't legally do anything wrong. State of Georgia said I did something wrong. My dad is the one that stepped up for that. But to be in front of a camera, I had to feel as comfortable as possible. My memory is shot in some major ways. I will say over 8 years ago, there is a way that I used to be, because I was in South Georgia with a baby. And if you see me stand up, please don't be alarmed. That the only comfortable way I can be in front of the camera right now is, I used to call it my uniform. I'd wear the same, I'd button down, sensible pants that can actually take a beating. I have like different pairs of boots, but sensible footwear, 6-inch boots, 8-inch boots, or sometimes you'd actually just see me wear boots, but like they need to be a good sturdy leather that you could get through just about whatever you want to, thickets, whatever. Sturdy belt that, you know, you as low as like a rigger belt from Blackhawk, I think that's the brand. That the one I'm wearing right now that like can tow a car type deal, you know, I called it an undershirt that can be ripped up and used as a tourniquet if the belt's not enough. I used to call it my uniform because I wore it every day. That's all I wore. My instinct to go back to like having a pair of pants hanging by the door, belted and ready to go for anything that might be needed of me, is back for some reason in full force. Can I rotate Ethan and degrees to the left? Hold on. Yes, there you go. I should add my stretch, but I thought about stretching. I thought about getting up. For me to feel perfectly comfortable, I played into what I would usually wear. So I'm in my normal stuff, but I don't want anyone to be alarmed. This doesn't, don't assume some political affiliation or anything like this. Years ago, short of actually being a contracted worker for the county that I lived in, short of that, there wasn't enough, the police response time wasn't high enough. So me and one other person where I lived for 5 years were the responders to any crises that in our area. And so I was expected and asked by the local police to have certain things ready to go. Less than 5 years. It wasn't quite 5 years. And I was quite used to the idea of getting a knock at my door, somebody needing help or feeling like they need some type of protection, something like that. And where like they can enter my house, but like there were, I'm not going to go into all the things that were in that, but like even the local precincts wanted to know what weapons I had, were they accessible? Could I utilize them well? Could I respond to somebody? Did I have good judgment? Did I have any training? Could I receive training for things like handcuffs? Because that's the most dangerous thing that you can do. All these other things. And so for the longest time before all of this, that was just the way I lived. And then this 10-year stretch, and then my memory got shot. And then when I got my freedoms back, the first thing I thought of was that like it might, this freedom's back. But there's another reason that I just don't want to get into on camera of why it came back, of why it was thought of. And so I'm wearing what I used to wear, kind of, except for now Serpa holsters. So no one be afraid. You'll probably from here on out just catch glimpses of, there's a pistol on my side. It doesn't mean anything. Don't worry about it. The reasoning for 10 years ago was that I was a black guy married to a white woman in South Georgia. And if you don't think that gets you in enough trouble, try being a black guy married to a white woman in South Georgia and see just how fast you get attacked by anything. I.e., I've got scars from those things. It took me less than like a year to get attacked in South Georgia living down there for just trying to do the right thing in a hospital parking lot. You try to save someone's life and somebody tries to stab you to death in the hospital parking lot. It's great. I love it. I was so nervous about having a child that's, I live in a state where Kennesaw, where my P.O. box is. Those laws a long time ago as a deterrent were put on the books of if you are a responsible gun owner, you must own and possess and maintain a weapon in Kennesaw. That law was on the books for the idea of, are you a criminal willing to risk doing a crime in a place where if people are following the laws on the books, statistically speaking, you're walking into a trap where you're trying to victimize them and you're going to become the prey type deal. While every now and then it was carried on me, and I have a duty belt out in the living room that it has been taking some, Texas Shoemaker used to make the best stuff. They shut down. No. I had a duty belt that was ready to go by the door, but I also had pants by the door with more plain clothes, whatever, because don't try to go help people and look like you're the intimidating one. I learned that really fast. Like, don't also be the black guy living in South Georgia with people willing to do bad things to you and also look like the aggressor. Don't do that. So I got into a rhythm of what did people notice, what did they not notice, and I think in the past I have talked about this where I used to wear a pistol and I had my knife, and people usually stared at the pistol so much because it was outward carry. They stared at it so much they didn't realize the real threat was the knife if they were close enough to me. I purposefully wore it outside because I was afraid that there was enough different incidences where I lived that I would rather have a deterrent visible. And trust me, I trained hard. In fact, shout out to anyone who remembers me from Moody. If back in the day, a decade ago, you were on Moody Air Force Base and you're trying to re-up and you went to your local firing range and you were asking for help, it was probably me training you, if you remember. Just didn't have this color hair. Because, God, they don't have really stringent requirements for re-upping their certification or qualifications, do they? So it was me at the range training, it was me at the range learning, it was all these things. So I was confident. I made sure it was like, it was a deterrent. I was always scared that someone would try to do something, and you can call it some paranoia because when I was younger, very, very young, when Nate was in the car with us with a black man, white woman, and 2 kids, we got shot at. Our windows got shot out. For simply being in South USA. Because I was married to a white woman, had received death threats, had received threats from angry dads from brides that didn't want me at the wedding, that the bride wanted me for my photography and for me, but the dad didn't want the dark spot in the room to show up, that type deal. For all those things I went through, for all the things I went through, I just like steeled myself to the idea of, nah, I just have to carry it on the outside all the time and just, hey, sarcasm, what's going on? Hey, Kelsey, I do need stress. So, yeah, I used to train people in Moody when they need to qualify. But you're gonna just see that again. I'm sorry. When I stand up and stretch, don't worry about. Am I gonna get demonetized for this? Maybe. Do I have proficiency that still? Have I made sure my proficiency is still there? Yes, the best I can until I put even more rounds down range. The only way I was getting in this office, I figured out tonight, was the way I'm doing right now. I'm testing to see, can I actually talk to you guys? Will it work? I've lost the stutter, but I haven't lost the nervousness. Can I still do anything? I can't concentrate on not stuttering and communicating and play the game I just figured out over this past 3.5 hours. So I'm going to play the game for a few, but I got to be up in the morning to do stuff. But the last part was that I was going to, for me, it felt like I was about to, like, this pair of pants I've got on, the weapon needs to be put up and then the pants should be hanging by the front door. I currently have another button down hanging by the front door. I almost always have something that I can run out the door and respond to an emergent situation by the door. And it's years of trying to figure out what that looks like. It's the same me that had a trauma kit in the back of his car and stopped for car wrecks. Is the same me that would stop and, like, there's a Gander Mountain where I lived, where these kids tried to steal a handgun, and there's another kid in the aisle trying to steal rounds. He was trying to just slip as many rounds in his pocket. They're under 21, trying to ask the cashier if they could try to, like, handle a handgun. Well, you have to be ID'd for that. Well, one of the 3 had a giant ass butcher knife tucked away in the back of their pants, and they were getting closer and closer and trying to corner this employee to give them a weapon. Anyone who was to a Gander Mountain back in the day, you would have seen that there's no real lock on their weapons that are out for display. So if you could get behind the counter and grab one, the weapon's good to go. So they were trying to basically grab it, and Gander Mountain had a policy of not having weapons. It's one of the times I actually had to pull my weapon because people were in danger. The other one is another sad case, though. There was somebody... It's a sad case because it was another guy stole a rifle. I noticed it. I informed the store. They were leaving. It was raining. I was afraid they were going to be a danger. They took the rifle to a public place. They're heading toward a Walmart. I convinced them to walk back with me, saying that their punishment would be way less severe if they came back because it was noticed they didn't get away with the rifle. And I had to pull my pistol at that point too. I was able to reholster it without incident and get them to where police were. I say on one point, sadly, they committed suicide while in custody, but police also found in that incident that they had a manifesto of like at minimum 3 different places they wanted to shoot up with that rifle, and that they had a grudge and grievance. So I'm glad I was there to stop that. I'm sad that there still had to be loss of life. And there are more incidences I don't want to get into, but I wear it because I'm trained and it's a deterrent, and I do not encourage people to carry a weapon that they're not trained with. For the love of fucking Christ. You know what scares me more than a person with a weapon? You know what scares me more than that? An untrained person that thinks the weapon's going to do them any good having a weapon. I don't like untrained people having weapons. So that's the thing. I have my freedom back. I got that back. I have the ability to have weapons back. I don't want anyone to... I didn't hang my pants by the door. Otherwise, you'd see me in my jockey underwear. And as I stand up and stretch, don't be weirded out. It's a pistol. A trained person, trained in more than just using a firearm, with years of experience of continuing training and making sure that the way that I conduct myself is more conducive to what I'm going for, which is a deterrent and the ability to be able to step up, including the idea that I hope no one loses sight that, yeah, I wear these kind of shirts so that if someone's in need, just like I have in the past, it's an elastic type material, it's body fitting. I can rip it up. I can use it to be able to make makeshift bandages on the side of a road. My belt is a really good fucking tourniquet. It's a really, really good tourniquet. My ones with the Cobra buckle let me pee a lot easier because you can just undo the buckle. But, like, I don't want anyone to be weirded out by that. You're probably just going to see it more and more. I'm going to get up and stretch for a second. And then I'm going to unpause the alerts because there's Infamous J and Alyssa that had pause for. I am not condoning somebody just going off and buying a pistol and starting wearing it because they have the freedom to do so right now. What I am saying is that do as I say, not what it looks like I'm doing. What I'm saying is you're looking at someone who is highly trained, who fits the stipulations of what I believe should be the amount of training you have and the amount of experience you have before you're ever allowed, and someone who very much knows that, 80% of weapons are turned against their owners for untrained people that try to use a weapon in self-defense. They're turned against them. It doesn't help them. Because an untrained person doesn't even know what to do, what to grab, and I'm not doing it as a power play or show. I don't want people to think that. It was never that. It was never my intention for any of that. But the only way I was getting in this office was the way I would usually carry myself outside of this office, which I was just traveling. I was on the road for 4 hours today. I'm not on the road for 4 hours without having the ability to lock weapons in my car in a nondescript box that cannot be opened by any burglar unless they want to also steal like 2 seats in my car, which is not happening. They're going to need to dismantle that, break through a few. It's not physically happening. Either that or it's on me, especially when I travel a lot and I couldn't bring myself to come in the office without it. But it's not the one I used to carry all the time. I'm not getting any more into it, though. I'm going to stretch and I'll be right back, and then I'm actually playing. I have some more questions then, too. Guns only give me the wig when they're in my physical presence. Yeah, they do that to a lot of people. I get it. I mean, I used to shoot 3-gun competitions and some other competitions. Because for me, a gun is a violent thing. And so I used to make it into a much less violent thing by being able to train, hone skills, and then compete. And I've been doing that since I was 14. And so I guess for me, it is definitely it was just another natural talent, quote unquote, that I had, that at Wolf Creek, someone noticed that when we all got a chance to try something out, back in the day of like Order Air being like badass Boy Scouts type deal, and they've now watered that down so much that it might as well be sung. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. I don't want to say bad things about any other organization. You know, I got free lessons for a while, and then I got to compete, and I got to do a few things, and it was fun. I'm very aware that a pistol is and a rifle, shotgun, that these are weapons made to kill. And while they might be useful for hunting, while they might be useful for self-defense, and while they can be fun for competitions of just testing your skill, at the end of the day, the majority of people who buy them are not going out to compete. The majority of people who get them are getting them with the idea that one day they might use them for a purpose that is, even if they're antagonized, it ends in violence. Whether it's deserved or not, blah, blah, blah. I'm not here to make those arguments or not. I know it can, you know, make people feel weirded out. One of the first things I do for anyone who will be around me for any extended period of time is immediately teach them how to disarm my weapon. I mean, okay. Since I'm probably, hey, YouTube, get ready to demonetize me. Because I, like, the first thing that, if you're going to be around me for any, this includes my son. I teach my son that there is nothing wrong with carefully handling a firearm and disarming it. There's nothing wrong with getting a chamber out, getting a mag out, making sure it's disabled if you feel uncomfortable. If you're in a situation where there's a firearm and you do not feel comfortable with that firearm being there, I learned to disable the firearm. Because technically that's not proper destruction of property or anything like that. But if it, you know, brings peace of mind to be able to properly handle a firearm, not have a negligent discharge, an ND, be able to, you know, make sure that it is incapacitated from doing anything, and then going to the owner of the weapon because it gives you peace of mind, is probably not going to bother me. Because I can just reassemble my weapon as fast as I need to, usually. Unless someone's literally barging down the door with, like, the meme, the FBI open up, and I'm not pulling a weapon on them, probably. There's no good reason for that. So, disable my pistol if that makes you feel better. If for some reason you saw it sitting for a second, there's no reason it should be sitting not disabled. But, like, the first thing I do is, like, yeah, for anyone that'll be around, like, I have to teach them. And so, yeah, YouTube, get ready to, like, yeah, loaded pistol on my side, fine. Yeah, magazine out, there's one in the chamber, cool, pop it out, lock it back, flip down, take the slide off. There you go. Now this is a scrap of metal and a grip. And for people that are going to be around me for any extended period of time, I teach them all that. For just the reason of, if you come up to me saying, hey, I saw your pistol, it made me uncomfortable, I unloaded it, and I'm sorry, you're not going to make me upset. Now, you try to withhold it from me, take it from me, something like that, that'll make me upset. But if you felt that uncomfortable, my first goal is that if you're around me more than, like, 15 minutes, you know how to do that. So, like, if you're around me more than 15 minutes, this is mandatory. Simply for your own safety and my safety. Because in worst case scenario, you get nervous about it, you try to move it, you have no idea what to do with this thing, your finger goes on the trigger, negligent discharge, you try to disarm it, negligent discharge, or you get so scared of it that you have a phobia, you have an assumption, you have everything else. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable being around me. Just teach you how to do this. So now this is, you could club somebody with this, I guess, like you could any other pieces of iron or steel. And this is polymer. Have your best shot. That's it. I understand that, Kelsey, like, people getting, like, quote unquote wigged out and whatnot. I really do. With that said, the first thing I do to make sure that people feel comfortable with being around me is, yeah, I don't let that happen. So I want people to actually feel like they've got some kind of agency around me, that they can, you know, get away from a bad situation. Okay. U2, can I confirm he is trained? I don't know if U2 will take that, but I'm gonna play. You know what? Since we're just singing, I'm gonna take a listen. I'm gonna stand up for a second. No. There's a big alert. I'll get to your sarcasm. Let me be right back. Yes, that did count as educational purposes. And by the way, if you live in a household and you don't know how to do what I just did and you carry around a pistol, please get better. Please, for the love of everything, get better. Mine also has a manual of safety. I just like that better. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm stretching. I'm doing all the things. Where's the... Do I still have the... Oh, I do have BRB. Yay! Yeah, don't make people around you freak out, and don't put yourself in a position where your firearm is a liability and by extension you're a liability. Please don't do that. That's bad, okay? Okay. Oh, not just you field trip, all your friends and family like that are around you. That's the point I was making. It shouldn't just be you. Everyone can feel comfortable then. I shall not be playing ads. Given that I really don't know how YouTube is going to treat the idea that I feel strip a firearm. Is everyone's Thanksgiving? Yeah, I mean, you know. You've watched instructor Mike on VODs with pistols and what to do. That was smooth and handled properly. I'm trying to read things before I sit all the way back down. That was I'll tell you. I'm gonna try the other thing that I haven't been doing. I'm gonna try. If you haven't noticed, I feel like I don't lack I feel like I lack coordination and being able to talk to you guys and play a game at the same time. The one, dry firing. That's something people miss. Second, in field stripping my weapon, I used to make a little game at the one out of the chamber, and trying to my timing for exactly what I'm doing for steps like this. My brain likes the idea of how fast am I doing what, and so when I'm watching a I had a I can't remember what they're called. It's a foot pedal that starts your timer that I used to train against a clock for, when you have to do it all yourself. And then you have the one that my same one used to have a it would randomly, you know, give off the sound and start the time, so that, you know, it's a randomizer of like when it gives off the sound. And I'd use both. I used to though know exactly where I am while being able to catch a glance at the clock for a second by when I'm popping the one out of the chamber. And I used to make it into a game of if I could snag it out of the air so that I had it. It's so dumb. Wanting to be able to snag out of the air so nothing actually had to hit the ground. How fast I can do that and still put it like I've got a dump pouch or something like that. I don't know why I was like that. Just anything to make it so that I would responsibly handle my firearm as often as possible. Firearms. Because I don't. Yeah. Anyway. My eyes. They hurt. I am actually going to play a game. My thumb. It hurts. Yeah, shot clock. You know what? It's been. Yeah, but I can't remember what the shot clock I had that had its own foot pedal is called. Because it wasn't technically. They called it something else. I remember that. Only because it was like you had to do your own blah 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 shot clock stuff. Thank you so much, Vamp. Also, I need to undo notifications.
Do not look at my little bean with your dirty eyes.
Yeah, that's infamous shit. An hour ago. Uh-oh, wait, Alyssa's possibly the greatest soundbite with the Dasher 69 in the bar is coming up. MSJ, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Vamp, thank you so much.
We chose violence. You guys were right here. You're participants because you didn't stop me. I can't. My brain. I did it the other way. Oh.
Get it! Fuck you! Fuck off! Suck my left nut! Suck it! Make me come a second time! Suck the right one! Get my juices! It's not my baby! It's not my baby! You should have spit! It's not always about the idea of quitting! Suck it hard! Ah! Hate that puzzle!
Possibly the greatest soundbite with a dash of 69s on the bar. Hashtag sorry not sorry daddy dearest.
Yeah, you're not sorry. You're not sorry. It's fine. It's fine.
We would like to buy one child, please!
TV shows. I was like, okay, I did live history training last week. Ooh. Also, you want to learn basic trauma first aid for anyone watching? Just look up CLS. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why basic first aid, trauma first aid is not taught in schools as like something that you can do. And there's a few things that I always thought, you know, if we want to socialize, if school is for socialization, why are we not? How can you better socialize a child than to have them have to take care of their own and everything? Thank you all. Thank you, Infamous J. You just heard that from your kitchen? Yeah. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you, Sarcasm. Yeah. I'm always confused on that. Yeah, that soundbite. Watch me die to this now, like immediately. Not just for. I mean, like. Some schools do offer first aid. I mean specifically trauma. Like, I haven't seen a place that gives proper trauma care. Which I know the reason. I was explained the reason before. The reasoning I was given is because the school would be liable because they have to be accredited. I get it. So get accreditation and do it. Just do it. And have a certification for students to be able to pass to show that they actually are proficient. Like, I already got the burner. Shut up. I've never understood exactly why not, because everything to gain, nothing to lose type deal. And for some reason, it's treated as everything to lose. What would you ever gain? My thumb for sure hurts. But Uh-oh. I'm sorry. Did I not shoot you? Did I? I'm sorry. Thank you, Kelsey. I need to unpause it. Did I? What? You got a magnum bullet. Settling the score. Magnum. Yeah, there you go. What the hell is wrong with this thing for not just dropping immediately?
I got 1. I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the
Thwarted
fishnets.
by
5
the
in the
overlords.
fishnets. Can I get a
I'm
5
sorry,
in the
the
fishnets?
overlords are thwarting.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
Ever again? You can. Pass me. Discard. It wouldn't let you do the superjet with the word spite? What? Since when is that blocked? Oh, they did? Kelsey, I'll try to. I'll fix it. I'll fix the live stream in post. I'll do my best. Turn it into Old English. Say spiteth thine overlord. I don't know. Everyone, who could ever like fault you for that? Spiteth thine overlord. Oh, I opened that door. Did not mean to do that. Smite? No, we don't. No, they're. We mere mortals cannot bring down a god. What's the past tense of spite? Smote is I thought Mel. No, okay. That's my ex's name. I'm sorry. I can't read something like that and give the my brain is not gonna go to the correct place. Oh, come on. Except for last time I had one of these, I accidentally blew myself up. Wee. 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 If you have most of the DLCs, you should have it. Either must die? Yeah. Thwart. Just know that means I'm on my spite agenda. Aye, aye, Captain. Dylan. I don't know. I don't really. I try to. What famous quote that comparison is the drains all happiness type deal? I don't remember. Someone smarter than me said some shit that sounded good. And I kind of go by that. I don't know. There's a randomizer in 7. 8 feels like it's got some things fleshed out that, but I can turn Resident Evil 2 remake into first person, 3 and 4. There's the RE framework, so you can play Resident Evil 4 in first person. Comparison is the thief of joy. That is the quote. Have I been spouting about how to not compare for so long that people actually went and looked it up? Oh. Oh, my dad. All right. Let's see if we got something we can mix. Because I can... it's in the Resident Evil 2 playlist, I believe. I need to make a separate playlist for Resident Evil 2 modded. Just keep everything that's in the playlist right now, but just strictly for mods or challenge runs. It'll make it look like I have more content, too. So much... fucking burner fuel. Comparison is the thief of joy. That is true. I want to get rid of this. And we're getting rid of this. Before I can decide differently. I probably should have gotten rid of the ladder after I pulled all of them. But I want burner fuel. Because otherwise, how will Sarcasm say Hacks he's got the burner? If I use the burner for long enough, Tanya will come out of hiding. Can you get a backpack in Ethan Must Die? Nope. Is this randomly generated? Sure is. Now, all the rooms you can go into? Not. But are the items? Yes. So... it's a built-in rando generator. Like, that's always going to make me happy. And when you're happy and you know it, you just have to clap your hands. The burner is only OP. And let me really emphasize this. The burner is really only OP if you can get live bait from your crotch to go fishing with. If you can look down at your crotch and be like, I'm gonna catch a big black bass with this, then the burner is OP for that. Uh-oh. And when I was just saying that, I hated every bit of the sentence I just made. Just want to put that on record. Every bit of what I just said, I didn't like that. That's not even. I didn't like that. It's like you just gotta know how to use it. You use it on insects, and she has a creepy crawly crotch. So I mean, wait. It's like with women, you gotta know how to use it. Did you just itemize women, or are you just saying it's like would get? I don't know, and I have no opinion. I have no I abstain. What's in here? Do you game? You're an asshole. You're an asshole. That is another. Ever get that Pro Controller? No. It's alright though. Doth be worth things in life, but worth. You know what? Dumping this, using the Magnum rounds, dumping that, getting the pistol and the gunpowder. Calling it a day. It was a male. I mean, my brain. Listen, is damaged. Kind of. Maybe literally. Not quite sure. Can we also teach people genitalia instead of privates? It's more fun. Like linguistically satisfying, more fun to say type deal. Oh God, no. I don't ever need a controller that expensive. That is kind of like stupid expensive. That's the kind of expensive where you must have a really good business or a lot. You know what? For anyone who has a $450 controller, might I direct you toward the link where you can always help support the idea that I don't get medical leave, and you know, I didn't work for 2 months off of stuff. If you can buy a $450 controller and are inclined to. Please, let me help you with the... I was actually just walking somebody through the idea of like spending and like what counts as frivolous and not, and having to worry about all of that. Uh-oh. Shit. I realized it. I knew there was a different order I was supposed to pick things up in. I'm gonna have to make a pimp decision here, and I'm gonna throw away the first aid after I kill these two things. Yeah, because I need... Okay. Since there's no, like, goopy juice to make any rounds with, I need the 9mm. Or the... They're all 9mm. The MPM. Like, I can understand, like, tools for a career type deal, but I just... Because I'm not one to talk. People, I've before I had to justify, you know, purchases of like, couldn't you do it for cheaper? Yeah, but also I could, you know, casually like rip out my eyeballs and peel off my toenails. Like, I could do all that too, but I'm not going to. I don't want to do that. Like, just on the DL, I can just do all of those things too, but... Oh, God. But I don't want to. So, yeah. Okay. We're dumping the first aid. You see, now it's just Marguerite, and if I don't have enough... If I don't have enough in me in the first place, I don't live against her. So, steroids come above first aid. I can always just carry the steroid with me in case I get hurt on it. Paddles help. There are companies that, I mean, I've got controllers that can have paddles. I've bought controllers that work well like that for $20. 8-Bit Dough, not sponsored, because some of the controllers are bust, some are not. They have controllers with back panels on them. But the only reason the Edge intrigued me was for fatigue and for the idea of some games aren't mapped properly. So like playing Project Zomboid on a controller is not quite mapped properly, and having the extra buttons would help, because I can have the computer read it as not a simultaneous input but an extra input. Yeah, I'm afraid of things falling apart too. Most notably, my life. Okay. We have to kill Marguerite once during all of this, right? Took my nighttime meds and everything, so... Alright. Get up. Gotta get up, get down. Alright. Okay. Whee! Just want a classic colored PS5 controller. They do look clean. I just don't look at my hands enough to do all that. Right now, if I look down at my hand, I'd just be like, oh. That's the reason why I keep going kitty wonkers. Oh, yes. Give me them strong chems. Oh. Oh, I'm going to have to shoot up. I'm saying all the words that get you demonetized. I'm going to have to shoot up a little bit with that needle so I can get them good drugs. YouTube, it is I'm not encouraging bad behavior. Please understand. That is a real not. It's not gonna go in my favor. Wait. What the hell? What the? All right, I'm tossing this. I'm tossing it. Am I tossing that? I'm tossing it. Okay. And I'm using this. Because if she jumps me, it's not like I got much health left if I can survive her throat grab. Have I had 3? I don't know if I've had 3. Alright, but I have enough of everything else. YOLO. I hate that saying. Bye. See you on the other side of the door. See you on the other side of the door. Did it just give me back the same handgun? That is 7 degrees of bullshit. The first 6 degrees slipping my mind because the 7th degree, so much bullshit. I need to play this mode enough to get back my record that somebody else grabbed a while ago. 3, 2, 1. Kick it. I've played this game in VR before. I don't suggest it if you're me. I mean, no, there are certain things that, like, in daily use, that's just fine. Don't worry. Okay. What's in you, though? Oh, it's a first aid. That's an explodey box. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got stream bufferage. No! No! Why? What did I do? What did I... Come on. I couldn't have done anything that wrong. I've done... Okay, let me recontextualize. I couldn't have done anything wrong enough to really buffer. Like, we should stop that now, right? Hold on, let me try a basic fix. Okay, come on. Is it back? Is it... Come on, don't... Stop it. Stop. Stay stable. I'm watching you. Stay. Good YouTube. Everyone pet YouTube. Make sure it knows it's being good. Okay. I just saw something about the Paul Tyson fight. Tyson literally goes in there to kill people. You cannot tell me that. No. I hated everything about that fight. Everything. He has said some of the most profound things and some of the scariest things. Almost back to back. I would like to see Logan Paul, so I can stop hearing about him, fight someone his weight class that is also his age professionally instead of stop the bullshit. Make it so somebody has to wreck part of their career to throw some shit for you. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Did I get the wrong Paul brother? I hate them both equally, if that helps. Did it get cut? Did it just hold and put a lot of people in purgatory with ads while I was in the middle of doing things? Are you kidding me? What the hell? What the hell? The stream's still going just fine. On my side, everything's fine. But, all right, I paused it for a second just in case. There you go. It was paused, and now it's not. Let's keep going. Well, I try to make YouTube feel better about it just so. Yeah, that mandatory ad wasn't on me. Like I said, I wasn't gonna play any because once I realized Pistol came out and I didn't declare this. Ooh. La 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 la. Look, Ethan survived. Completion time. Listen, we don't talk about how long that took. We never talk about how long that took. Yeah, I'm gonna do it one more time. I gotta be up nice and early, and honestly, I need to get out and decompose a little after this. I have to decompress a bit because this is all been a lot for me. Ooh, I do want to show you guys something though. Yeah, while the stream is acting like it wants to cut, you gotta hit refresh because I'm not controlling that. That is YouTube Goblins doing that. Yeah, it didn't. That wasn't me. YouTube Goblins were doing that. I gotta show you something. I felt very immensely satisfied with what I found and what I did. Hold on. So I was thinking about the shit I gotta do later. Yeah, the euro. Wanted to change the euro. Great. I was thinking about the shit I gotta do later, and I just want to say I'm just proud of me. That my dad, when he was hospitalized and then had to go to subacute rehab and then got rehospitalized anyway, somewhere in all of that, he was sent home with something that I don't want to show too close, but it's these little pill popper packs. So like this whole row is one day, and on the other side, which has his personal information, so I'm gonna cover that up. It's got each one is like labeled. It's got color label. Is there a way for me to cover that up better? It's like got a color label to it, but they're pre-portioned. So they're on the back of them. They're dated. Morning, noon, evening, bedtime. I'm trying to take care of my dad and my mom from afar and trying to do everything. And I swear to Christ, my dad is trying to kill himself with taking the wrong meds at the wrong time. And then my mom is like coming in with the assist every now and then. So to fix all of that, I searched around for the supplier of of cold press pill packs, so I can pre-sort their mess and send it to them. Type up my own map for for typing out like what medicines are in which compartment, which day, so there's never confusion of morning, noon, evening, bedtime when you take it, or the date you took it on. Did you remember taking medicine? If it's got that day's date and it says morning, you haven't taken it yet. I found them. I contacted a few places around, and I made my first thing when I took my dad to the doctor. Well, it was handwritten, and with the hand that was writing and the other hand was controlling a dog. I am so happy. I made it work. They worked so well. Now it's blank. I fill it out with my dad's stuff. I'm Mr. Pharmacist over here. So now I can make sure my mom and my dad aren't. Now if my dad like is poisoned, I think it's my mom, and it feels pretty pointed at this point. Like my mom did it. And shame on you, mom. Cover your tracks better. Yeah, DIY med poppers. Yep. I also have for a single dose per day. I've got 31-day packages. I've got a year's worth. I got 12 31-day packages. And on the back of those I can write each date. So when you pop it out of the package, you're popping that date. So if my dad gets prescribed anything else, like a month's supply, 2 months supply of something, I can write every day if it's just taking one a day. And they can fit more than one pill inside of it. So if he's prescribed 2 or 3 extra things to supplement what he's got, instead of having to redo all of the packaging I've got, what'd that run me? $15 for 45 days worth of being able to do that. I think $12 for a year's worth of the other ones. The adjuster stacks. Someone who dedicated their life to trying to keep their sick parents alive for 30 years is exhausting. I wish I could talk to it. No one knows the mental. I don't try to talk about the mental hell I'm going through. Honestly, to be open, yes, I do know that there's a good chance that the events that led to me even having any amnesia, I worked all through the night of October 17th into the morning of the 18th to get more Silent Hill ready. All the posted Silent Hill that's up there was recorded by October 18th. 0 sleep. Drove on over an hour to get to my dad, to get him to an early morning appointment for a follow-up TEE so we can image his heart again. Get him back to his house safely. He's on oxygen. So gotta port him with that. The oxygen tank that you see me going through, I'm using less and less of, and will eventually become the one he can use because it can do 3 liters per minute. Get him back home, and then I still had to get my child that day from school. So it was, yeah, it is. Some of the things that led up were that. With that said, this makes it a lot easier, and honestly, I'm kind of thinking about doing this with my own pills. There is a 2 a day. It either is 2 a day or 4 a day. There's no in between. You can't have 3 a day. My dad needs 3 a day. If I can find them on sale or get them from the provider, and you know, like a month supply of these being like $5, if I can get them from the supplier like that, my own medications I might sort like this, because you can rip them apart. They're perforated. So once you label them, you align it perfectly. You can rip a day off and just take it with you. These are sorting pills by the week, sealed off and doing all that. But for my dad's needs, yeah. So all of the medicines I have right now sorted into these. I did 1 week. I've got, that puts me at 38 more days. Oh my dad. Math doth eluded me for a second there. If it's a 28-day supply and they added 2 extra in there, that is 35 days more of it. And then I have the single day dosage popper pack. So like if he gets prescribed iron, take her pills correctly and just simply never work, but she didn't want to help herself. I'll drive you insane trying to get in and take care of it. Yeah, it does, but I'm doing the best I can. I'm glad I ran into like thinking of I need to get these, but I need to make them myself. So yeah. And then he was sent home with wrong dosages. We went to the doctor, fixed all that. Yeah, it is stupid proof. It works. I'm so glad I actually, that's one of the, I feel like I had a big brain move and I just wanted to share that. Never thought you could do your own cold press popper packs. Now I see on Amazon there's plenty of companies that do the cold press. You can buy them. I don't know, if you have to take pills once a day and you don't feel like organizing them every single day, I don't know, maybe just put all your pills in a 31-day supply that costs like 50 cents per day, 75 cents per month. And if you just got to take them one, pop them out, and you know if you took them that day. Or get one of those that costs just a bit more than that, and just, you got to be on the run for that day. You travel a lot, just rip off a few days worth and go traveling. I don't know. They seem way too convenient for them to not be a bigger thing, because that's saving me some hassle. I appreciate that. I'm trying. Yes, I'm trying. My dad's done so much for me. My mom made sure that we even are, that they deserve more than they ever got. But I'm putting together all the medications, and they didn't send me a map for it, so like there's no template for this. So I'm gonna have to, I've got one up there to scan. I'm gonna have to scan it, throw it into Photoshop, and then I'll make my own map for it for where text goes, and then I can import that to Word if I really want to, or as a PDF rather, so I can fill it out and change the text. Or I can just open Photoshop every time to print as is, full to scale, because I do plan on just printing it out so it's clear as day, because I want each package to actually have what the, like, when I saw what could be done with these, the back of each package having like literally the medicine and the dosage inside, so there's no confusion. While that might not help my dad, if he goes to a hospital and they need to know what medicines he's on and he just throws one in his bag, they can see his regimen by me setting this out. And if I do it properly, then his medicines are printed by me on the back of them, sorted. There's no confusion once again. So I'm trying to make it as idiot proof as possible. Just when you wake up, take the yellow one. At lunch, take the white one. It says noon. At evening, take the orange one. When it's bedtime, it says bedtime. Take the blue one. If it says today's date on it and you haven't taken it, you didn't take it yet because it has today's date. Like, that's how you know. I don't see how those are not like to every caregiver, which I'm still trying to figure out how to get paid for being a caregiver. Feel free to email me at my business, whatever that's on YouTube, if you know how to get paid for being a caregiver without living with them. My parents are like, yeah, you can claim it as dependents, but they won't pay me for all the work I'm doing to try to help them keep going. My dad today told me that my feeling of worthlessness lately, I'm gonna keep playing, but he told me frankly that to try to truncate, my feeling of worthlessness is that, I'm trying to think of how he worded it, that my particular skill set that I have at my disposal right now is not, by market, is not, he didn't say monetizable. It's not, the market value isn't like, or pay. He said something that made me all of a sudden realize that I judge too much of my life by like, can I pay bills? Can I provide? Can I do all these things? And he's trying to remind me like, he wouldn't be alive and my mom wouldn't be alive without him. But like 10 hours of my day today was taking care of them. And I got nothing to show for that. I came back here. I took care of my son. He went back to his mom's. I got everything set up. I did this. I'll get a little bit of sleep if I get any sleep. But then I'll be right back up to take my mom to do the exact same thing, which is an hour, 15-minute drive there, a 2-hour plus drive back if it's the same as today. More than an hour long there, and I think she's got an AKI, so she might need follow-up exams and everything last minute. Basically, I got a set of skills that the monetary value of it on the market is zero, and so I find myself to be worthless, even though my worth to them is immeasurable because they couldn't keep going. But I really, my worth to my, like, I beat myself up all the time because like I haven't been doing my job, even if I've got something mentally going on, even if I'm an amnesiac, even if all that, My son cares about that, but my son also cares about having a roof and having food. So I get that. So I have a lot of skills that are just not skill sets that don't have intrinsic monetary value, something like that. That what I'm doing doesn't the market doesn't give it intrinsic monetary value, something like that. He said. What's the Georgia equivalent of Medi-Cal? I don't know. I just know that most programs sponsored by Georgia require you to be under the same roof, and I'm not under the same roof, but I'm making sure medical bills of theirs are paid properly. All their bills are straightened out. I'm trying. If I had more time and more resources, I would go make sure that their house is cleaner. I've got his VA his veteran paper, so I can get the VA hopefully involved with being able to give some extra caregiver services, maybe even twice a week, being able to help me keep up with taking out trash and cleaning over there. I'll sort medications. I deal with all of his specialists. I got to get him to a pulmonologist, to a pain specialist. He needs to follow up with his cardiologist because that TEE only showed vegetation. It's half the size of what is needed for surgery. He can't survive open heart surgery. We still have to figure out how MRSA got in. Bladder stone, I still haven't gotten pathology reports back. We had to push back that appointment. The PA didn't give me that. I'm not seeing it in the Epic system. I see where where pathology results should be. MRSA you would see in the stone differently, but it was broken. Staples did migrate from when he had his prostate removed, so there is that. Those had to be removed, and so now, off of our current science, we know that MRSA can go into a hospital in vegetation in the heart. It's one of the two places. Usually, it's going to be if you bring it in, it's going to be like UTI, AKI type deal. It's going to be renal, or it's quite possibly going to be heart. His pulmonologist's last words on things a while ago were not the best for him. And that's not including that I got rejected for my own surgery because someone stopped providing for some reason. So making a call, they just called back and said, no, we can't do that. I got to get new referrals just to get my own gut sewn up before, any kind of healthcare that I can afford by being self-employed gets gutted, which might be middle of next year. I got to get sewn up. I'll say my own epigastric herniation, the pain level of it is, for most people now, probably the constant pain of getting close to like passing a kidney stone. I'm just so used to it at this point. Hey, Gene, I didn't see you there. That'd be much appreciated. I'm trying to, and I want to, what?
I'm always glad to see Jill's ass, but I didn't know I'd be glad to see your little Puerto Rican ass. Are you Puerto Rican? I don't know if that's racist. I made a very snap decision on his ethnicity.
I feel you on feeling worthless, haven't been able to go to work since the beginning of September. Hopefully that changes soon.
Well, everyone, I really appreciate that. Everyone, hashtag everyone. It's my dad. My dad today had a little bit of a mental break where he felt worthless. It's only been a year since his big decline, just over a year. 2 years since he was coming over to my place for Thanksgiving, and his only complaint was he didn't want to drive at night. And my dad stopped working, and as soon as he stopped working, his lungs immediately, a lot of things got worse. But he stopped working because 13 of his vertebrae, 11 to 13,
We would like to
depending,
buy one child,
collapsed.
please!
Thank you so much for that pill thing. Like, genuinely, you just helped so much with my mama. You're very welcome. I'm glad it can help. I'd post a link, but if you found it, yeah, it's I asked for the provider and I found out I could get it on I could get it on Amazon shipped faster, even if it costs more money. Um, Medicine on time, and I got the one that said, be careful with the when each section is perforated. The paper wants to come up with it from the row above it. Make sure you label it bottom to top, since you can rip them off. So this is like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because you go from this and you can rip it off and be finished with it. And if you need to discard row by row, or give it to them row by row, so you can, give them that day's pills. No, my dad was talking about being worthless, and I tried to tell him, like, I might be a piss poor consolation prize for the life he's led and what he's earned to have me as his child. And that's all he can show for it. But I said, with that said, I need my dad still. Like, I have a child that's got needs that I know he needs more help, and I don't feel like I'm up to the task, and I'm mentally broken enough that I'm hallucinating my own brother's voice and thinking that he's still alive. And that's, my dad and I were just talking about that, and how much we base our self-worth on, can we monetize what we're doing? And I asked somebody before I started all of this, do they find me lazy? And I asked that because it's, any other perspective, do people see me being lazy even if they don't see me, quote unquote, working that is actively bringing money in? Because my perception of me and what I realize that other people's perception of me are vastly different, but it doesn't change my feeling of being worthless. It just means that my dad's trying to put in perspective for me. We just unfortunately live in a place where if there isn't cash that can be traded for what you're doing actively, that you just feel like you lack value. With inflation going up and minimum wage not coming up to meet the minimum wage for which to live. So even if you're doing your 9-to-5 job or doing a normal job, you've got to climb enough to be able to even get to the minimum living wage in a lot of situations. Wonder why kids are having to stay at home longer and longer to be able to afford to go out on their own, unless they're into some specialty from the beginning. But I have to document hours for my business, and I've still been documenting at minimum 25 hours per week for a business I haven't live streamed or made a video for. I've released videos, but I haven't made new ones for 2 months. And it's my dad that is really trying to tell me, it's not to try to put my self-worth on the same thing. And so they're saying that he feels helpless, that I have to help him in and out of the car, in and out of a wheelchair, get his oxygen ready, get him to the doctor. He's in a lot of pain from, I don't believe it's his sciatic nerve anymore either. I think with his symptoms and the way he's presenting, that catching that he was ever put on meloxicam, and that knowing that his osteoporosis is actually progressing. I think it's an OA flare-up, an osteoarthritic attack, which can last days, weeks, months. And so pain management and trying to figure out what to do, on top of the idea that he has, for his kyphoplasty, the cement that's put into his spinal cord, this T10 has started to misshape and to break. Even though it's still stable, it has shifted. And the T10 is the last one. And then T11, 12, L1 and 2 do not have kyphoplasty. L3 is the next one to get kyphoplasty, and it also shifted. And so L2 is now destabilized. And I told my dad by the end of it, those 4 vertebrae, he's going to have that bone cement in all of them, but they have to have compression fractures, so there's enough space inside so that the bone cement can actually be in there, because you can't fill something that isn't malleable or doesn't have it, even with the osteoporosis he's got. But he's, an OA attack, osteoarthritic attack, they're really painful. And I was doing my best to mitigate his pain until I could get him to the doctor. And I hate muscle relaxers. Baclofen, bane of my existence. Ever since it was ever prescribed to my mom, and it just has so many interactions. Methocarbamol does better, and it's not my first pick, but I'd love it over that. And then I know he's had GI problems. Putting him on meloxicam, that's another NSAID, and an NSAID that's never prescribed coded. Technically, I believe it comes in a coded form, but it's, you know, absorption issues, blah, blah, blah. Having to switch him over to tramadol, like having to hear my dad in so much pain and trying to do so many things, and he's feeling helpless, and then he's trying to talk me through how I'm not worthless, is a very jarring conversation, given that my dad has always to me been like, my dad worked so much to get us, my mom did too, but my dad came into the picture, adopted us, and then like when my brother finally got hurt going into middle school and they realized we were in actual danger, the first time they realized we were in real danger, they got us immediately. Like, my mom sold all of her books. My dad took and was working 80 to 100-hour weeks. Before YouTube was my full-time job, I was working 80 to 120 to 140-hour weeks. God forbid any of you, I wish it on none of you guys. Do the math real quick on what a 120-hour week even looks like. It's not fun. It's just not. If you work 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, you realize very quickly that that's 70 hours. So if you work 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, well, you see that you basically have no life. I wish that on nobody. My dad was willing to do that to get us out of everything. Now he wants to feel worthless over 1 year of being incapacitated. Sheila died, and it feels like Sheila died just a month ago because of this fucking amnesia, giving me a traumatic flashback of her dying, as well as knowing she died 2.5 years ago. She died, and it was enough of a pillar to take me out for 2 months. My dad feels worth it. I feel worth it, and he's trying to give me a pep talk. The best I could do is try to do that. Hey, Chad, what's going on? You're on short-term disability and everything. You're doing okay financially, just ready to get back to being productive and doing meaningful things. Me too. I wish I had short-term. That's why I so does like. I think I would enjoy doing YouTube a lot more the second I hit another career, because what it means is that from then on out, because I understand that sentiment, I wish I had short-term disability, because that and family medical leave, my finances would not be all fucked. But Jesus H, the second that I have, now that I have freedom, the second I have another job, I feel like being able to record while I'm trying to get over it right now. Like, I can't, if you haven't been able to tell this whole time, I've been very awkward in talking in my mannerisms. And I know that, and I apologize. I couldn't even really play the game while I was talking earlier, which is not like me. I can multitask. I stop sometimes. I feel like even doing this still part-time, I could pull it off, because the biggest problem with this is just the feeling of instability, and also, what is my worth to people? I know plenty of people say I've helped them, but it's I have a dead set insecurity inside of me. If I'm a nurse and I catch, oh damn it, burner already. People gotta say shit. So let's say I see BNP troponin levels both high. That doesn't seem right. That looks like we got some cardiac something going on. Point it out. Call that in to the, the attending. Go ahead and start trying to do any measures I can. That to me feels like hands-on. I'm doing something, like I'm, that person right there, I'm getting labs. I'm catching that maybe some other people should, but like that, I'm pulling a case like that because that's a recent thing of something that happened. That, yeah, you got some issues with the heart going on about right there. That feels a lot better than saying, like, I hope the words that I just said helped somebody out there. It's like shooting it off into this nebulous something and just hoping for the best. And it's not that I don't, it's just, I didn't aspire to be an entertainer when I was younger, but people say I'm entertaining. I'm like, I'm boring. But like, I've led a, I guess, interesting life. And I've done for as many good things that I've done, I feel like I've done bad things that offset it. So I feel like I need to contribute more. That feeling of worthlessness just sucks. And the feeling that there has to be a monetary value combined with it. But when it comes down to it, like, if you told me in trade for working at a soup kitchen that my food was paid for, it sounds like I'm being selfish, but like I'm providing a service to people who desperately need that. And if you're telling me like, yeah, I just need to every evening show up at a soup kitchen, serve people who are less fortunate than me, and in exchange, I bring home dinner and tomorrow's lunch. That to me feels like a fair trade. If you tell me like, hey, like, if I can do upkeep, maintenance, and repairs and this, that, and the other for this, that, or the other property, and for that I get rent paid, that feels fair. Like, you see what I'm going for? It's the idea of like almost like a bartering system. My dad's trying to instill in me like the concept of money is warping my perspective, because yes, money is like makes the world turn around. It feels like I'm bound to it. Everyone else feels like they're bound to it. Everyone has financial struggles, except for people who got lucky enough with the silver spoon, and usually, you know, financial trouble is eye of the beholder, I guess. All of that said, I do hate that my feeling of value as a person is linked to monetarily. Can I make a transaction out of it? Like that. Once I put it that way, I hope it makes sense that how fucked up that's gotta be. Because like even helping my dad today, once again, I didn't get paid for it. With no monetary transaction, it's not that I don't feel good being able to help my parents wherever I can. They deserve all the help in the world. They deserve way more than me. My dad earned way more than someone like me, but I'm always got to be able to help out. If I'm what he's got, he's what he's gonna give. But when I still feel worthless, because at the end of the day, I helped him. My son also needs help. I'm a dad and I'm a son. Does CCSP require you to live under the same roof? Just says family there must meet certain requirements to be paid, but it doesn't say what they are. Yeah, the certain requirements I've run across so far, and I'm trying to find a loophole to that. The loophole I'm trying to find and trying to track down is the certain requirements. Yes, living under roof. I'm trying to find out. I can claim them as dependents. They are dependent on me. And by claiming as dependents, I should be able to get around the living under the same roof, because that'd be the same as saying that there are people who claim being able to be caregivers to certain, not assisted living, but usually like the villas where there are some cares, but blah, blah, blah. They cover some things, but not others. And how much you can afford is how much you pay. They don't live under the same roof, yet they get the same benefit because they're dependent on them. I need to figure out that one, because everything I've run into says I need to be under the same roof. I might need to put on oxygen again in a second. Ready to go off the grid? Unfortunately, I can't absolutely go off the grid, and I can't be helpful and do the same time. Go off the grid? I did not put all that time and effort and training into all this shit in my life to not be able to go off the grid in some capacity. Like, don't get me wrong. The accoutrements of being able to go to a grocery store and get groceries, awesome. Also, on the other hand, on the other side of that, if I didn't have a child, there's no reason why I wouldn't have figured out something better than paying rent and living under like this right now. I've thought of it. My original idea was just getting a trailer and making the best of it I could. A single wide used trailer, and you know, I can fortify and make it better. It is what it is. Pay for it outright in cash. Save up. Don't have rent. Have money. Might not be the best anything, I did not have all of this childhood wildlife experience, all these different things that I went out of my way to spend, like hiking you know how fucking hard it is to hike like half the Appalachians, the entirety of the Appalachians, how long that takes. That's usually something people plan for a long time. I've done that. I've been set out in the wilderness with like different scenarios of just having to figure out how to, and this is before any kind of like what you might suspect, where did he get this training from? Way before that training, going out of my way to just figure out how do I live without shit. I have long since come to the conclusion that if it were feasible in any way for me to drop, like, as much as I seem like I'm a technophobe, like on top of technology, in my real life, I'm a bit of a technophobe. I don't like answering my phone and texting all as much. I will, but it gives me anxiety. Chalk it up to my ex relationships, whatever you want. I don't know. I don't usually like I enjoying it doesn't mean that if you could tell me, like, if I gave it all up, I can never use a computer again, can't have a smartphone, have basic technology, like, better get your ham radio license, because that's how you're going to be communicating with people close to you, which I need to get again. My radio, my Baofeng, I believe, brand is still in the living room from when I was in South Georgia and needed it. I need to re-up my... Because when you have your ham radio license, by the way, you can get a radio for, like, I don't know, your child that lives 2 miles away and put it in their bedroom and they don't ever have to call you. If the cost of me being able to have, like, rent paid was asking me to give up all technology, like, you know, the basic necessities paid, and that, you know, albatross off my shoulders, I wouldn't fucking care about looking at a monitor ever again. While it's nice for entertainment, books, and if I really want to watch something, you pay for the experience for a movie theater. So, I mean, and if that's off the table too, okay, well, you know what? Let me spin you a yarn. Like, I can, the art of storytelling, come on, like, I just don't have issues with all of that. Somewhere in all of that training, I really learned that, like, it's a luxury taken for granted, and it's a luxury I don't necessarily want. I'm just saddled with by proxy of when I was born. So, like, before photography, I lived a way more simple life. And then, as I had to run my own business, things accumulated. And then running this came piggyback off of running a photography business of, like, I have to own this and the other. Well, it can translate. And I'm trying to do it for me and my brother and stuff like that. And so, like, as I accumulate more and I'm like, okay, I keep up with technology so I can do this and the other and, you know, be able to do effectively. I realize I'm getting it and it is effective. But in this hypothetical world where I could just trade in all of it, would I trade in all of it for sustainability that's guaranteed of, you know, food, shelter, and I have to find happiness some other way? Yeah, fuck yeah. Good night, Majida. Thank you for being here. Easy times make weak men, tough times make tough men. I don't know. Thank you for being here, Mike. I appreciate it. This is probably my last run anyway, because I took over 4 hours apparently to beat it once. I blame it on the burner. I don't know. The reason I learned so much wilderness survival was because of how poor I grew up, right? So, like, my mom taught me farming and basic like crop and rotating and what it does to the soil and what it does to the actual nutrients in the soil and why you would have to do this. So my mom taught me a lot of the basics. And then going off of those basics, I learned more about just how to, you know, your everyday like sustainability. And then from that, I sought out more training when I thought, you know, I could do better than this. And it's nothing against like my mom or anything. It's just I could do better than this. And like it's one step after another because of the fear of going back to the days where, you know, my son's a vegetarian by choice. I wish I could. Oh, 100% blocking rate. Okay, might keep that. I learned all of that just so that I could not use it. Hey, Michael, what's going on? It's been a hot second. Will not take the burner's name in vain. The burner? Not take it in vain? Alright. Well, the burner can burn in hell. I mean, what I meant to say is fuck off, burner. It's not coming out the way I meant for it to come off. What I'm really trying to say is I wish it was never invented ever for any reason, but it's useful, I guess. Fucking hate the burn. It's a necessary evil. It's all you'll get out of me. It's a necessary evil. 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 Five hail the fuels and a bloody Mary for. Well, I'll make somebody bloody. Somewhere in here. He stumbles, and then he's like, "What do I do? What do you do?" Honestly, look, I've got a thumb brace on that is limiting the joint and doing it. I am surprised that I'm actually doing any of this right now still myself. Controlling Final Fantasy 14 is way different. Talking about anything. Angel talking about the. I can be your angle or your devil. Don't worry. Oh, you gave me choices. Why did I do it in that voice? I'm gonna use that after. What is wrong with me? Don't answer that. All right, everyone, mark it down. 5 hours for me to feel like I can actually talk and play again. I hope it doesn't take that long. Took long enough for me to even get in the damn office. It's not that I haven't been in the office. I've been cleaning. I've been throwing shit away. I've been trying my best. Okay, it's not the problem. I wish it were just the problem, because it sounds like there's an easy fix if that's the problem. Handgun ammo. I just made handgun rounds. Flame rounds. Bro, we fighting. Oh, my dad. Okay, in the last 2 months, my son has said some shit, and I need to have written it down. My son has sassed me in some new, just such enjoyable ways that I don't know how to properly articulate. He's coming into his own. My son also cut off his front. He has a cowlick that turned into what called the Superman curl. The longer piece of hair he's got in front of his face, he cut that off. My son went from looking like he's a 6th grader to looking like I should be getting him to the Department of Driver Services for his learner's permit. That's great. I love that. So what I always wanted, to feel like I immediately should be looking out for the newest grandpa wear, because he's gonna, you know, have kids sooner than I can blink. Good night, Paralyzed Power. Thank you for the support. Thank you for being here. California love. California. Why is that song now in my stuck in my head? Someone said something about California. Why did I glanced something over there, didn't I? Knows how to party. California. In the city. Something. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this. Because I got the big beefy boy. Come here, get some of the big beefy boy. I got one shot for the two of them lined up. Do not miss your chance to blow. I got one shot for the big dude. Please line up. Okay. Or that. That's cool as well. Forgot I have 100% block. Need to actually use it. Alright, that's cool. That's cool. That's fine. That's cool. Survival nurse mode. Survival mode. Aiden finally listened to me? I told him to get in bed a while ago. Alright. Like, no. He listened, but at what cost? Can I line this shot up fast enough? Nope! Nope! Oh, God! Woohoo! Wow. It's the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Come inside, you'll die inside. Are you kidding? I don't like what's transpiring here. Do not tag me. Do not cheaply tag me through that door. We both know he can do it. I'm not taking the chance. Where's your head, Poppy? Pop your head off. Where's your head, Poppy? That, wow, that meaning changes depending on how you pronounce that. If Burner was OP, he'd already be dead. Burner, not OP. Confirmed. Oh my dad, please die. Please, I have 100% guard on me. Yes. Thank you. With 100% guard though, I have to let my guard down to hit you. And you attack too fast. And I don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hello, random. Nope. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lies and slander. The propaganda that's being spouted over there about what the burner can and cannot do. I just don't know how to use it. I just thought I just spurred it in the random direction of where his face is. That's why usually it's not in the face, right? Right? Because no, because the face can be dangerous, right? Stabby, stab, stab the little wire. Or that, just walk into it, it's fine. You gotta find the special spot. What are you talking about? I've looked in all spots I know, labeled A through F. Tell me what I'm missing. Run away under 10. What? That was a pretty straightforward. Basic labeling system. You explore a spot, you mark it off, knock it off. Explore that spot, knock it up. Like you're missing. I think that's all the letters in the alphabet. Alright, I was trying to find those because there's gotta be something like. You would think there should be something. Kelsey, I appreciate it. I have found I have come up dry. Oh fuck. Okay, so I have no steroids. I've only got 2 shots to get her off the wall. While the secrets and essence of defense will save me, she double attacks. So if she does her lunge, it will block it. If she does her swipe, it won't. Because she'll attack right after that. So I might need to drop those. Don't spawn too early, please. Thank you. Oh, Albert! Albert! This time. She's more likely to do that than just about anything else. Let's just go ahead. Backup ammo. Come on out. You're right there. 3, 2, 1. Book it. Wow, she's still freaking. Oh, there's purple. It's got one of the scrolls I just threw away. Okay, game. Thanks. Shotgun shells. Once that one click clacks, this last clack clicked, I can go get it. Shotgun shells, and it's over. Nope, they sure don't, Kelsey. Whoa. Okay. Oh. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Why did she do that? You're not supposed to path like that. Where'd you go? Why are you doing this?
You got nowhere to go now, boy.
Yeah, I know that. Thanks. Oh, shit. Why? No, it's fine. I'm back. Refresh. Yeah, I'm not finished with the fight. I'm trying my best. Let me tell you what happened. It started raining slightly harder. And from the slightly harder rain, my internet said, I'm good. I'm out. Okay. I got the shotgun shells. Wait, this is an AMA. What color is the sky? You are already living inside a simulation of your own mind, because the sky is the color of light, which is all and none, but the one that gets to your eye, well, it's your eyes, but technically if you had other, so what color is the sky during which part of the day? But it's all white, but it's refract. So Matrix, it's whatever. There's actually a thing that I could say about all that, but I lumped together a lot of sentences real fast and just pretended like it sounded good. Yeah, that was weather. Whether it'll matter or not, we'll find out. Can you get infinite ammo in any of the boxes? No. That would feel like cheating. It pretty much would be, wouldn't it? No, infinite ammo would make this infinitely easier. She can hit through the wall. She can hit through the wall. Don't die off screen. You just got... Do not die off screen. It took me 4 hours, 11 minutes to beat you last time that we're not going to talk about because I was doing other things. I finally feel like my mind's clicking and I'm emotionally and physically and everything exhausted. Do not. I need this kill in front of people. No! No. Fuck off. Thank you. Hug me, mummy. Hug me, crutch, mummy. Okay. Cool. Don't worry, we're pretty much on the trail of my last record. Like, 2 wins is so close to, like, double digits. Oh, God. We are right on schedule. I keep forgetting that panda's there. Like a chicken burrito bowl and a random girl from a bar. Are you saying a random girl from a bar is a... I don't like the words that I might have formed. Let's play credits. Do credits work? I don't... Will credits play? I don't like where that was going, so I'm just gonna say no. It's been a while. Is everything working? Have you talked to an area agency, an aging disability resources connection? I'm trying to. I'm doing my best, Kelsey. If you find anything, feel free to pass it out. Mr. Bolo, Gabriel, Fancy Ripper, Bartek, Troy, Sophia, Ruben, Stephbat, John, it's Marshmallow, Hussy Eats, Linkset, Olivia, Timerian, Ellie, Haley, Dom Main, Alyssa, Loopy 2, Mike Graham, Paige, Patrick Carrier, Madonna, Tags, Blarg, Vic, Brian, Rob, with donation from Anonymous, everyone, Steve, Sarcasm, and Deontay, Triple Alert, okay, and Super Chats from Smooth, Kelsey, Paralyzed Power, and Jay. Holy fuck. I haven't done that in a while either. So, 5 hours, 22 minutes. I feel like I could go in a corner and die, which is not usual for doing live stream, so I got a little ways to go. Please bear with me as I get back used to the idea of relearning how to get past whatever it is that makes me feel whatever it is that I'm going through that in front of a camera. I'm sorry that I took so long talking and couldn't play at the same time. But it's bedtime. Thank you guys so much for being here, for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Hope to see you guys here for the next one way sooner than 2 months. Probably should do that sooner than that. Probably should do it way sooner. Bye. See, now it's me cutting it off, so it's not the overlords or my internet. I'm cutting the stream now.